Chapter 242. Yang Chen's guess was right. From the moment when Yang Chen began to extract the spiritual power, someone in the Green Jade Immortal Island discovered the abnormality. The original spiritual power in the Earth's veins. Suddenly the speed of the spiritual power gushing out slowed down by more than twice, and the spiritual power that gushed out also became thin. In this situation, as long as it was a person who was cultivating, they would immediately feel that something was wrong. Originally, some people thought that the spiritual vein where they were was exhausted, so such a thing would happen. However, when they reported the news, the high-level officials of the Green Jade Immortal Island discovered that the entire Green Jade Immortal Island was in such a situation. In the end, no one knew what was going on. Several Yuanying stage elders immediately began to investigate, and even a Deshang stage senior who was in seclusion was alarmed. He went deep into the seabed to investigate for almost a month, but found nothing. The Green Jade Immortal Island was facing a formidable enemy. Everyone knew what the sudden exhaustion of the spiritual vein meant. All the people who knew about it were asked to keep quiet. Countless disciples were released, looking for suspicious signs within 2,000 miles. Since such a big thing had happened, the disciples at the entrance of the mountain were called back and asked in detail about what had happened recently, who had come, what had happened, and what had happened. Everything had to be told clearly. Perhaps someone or something could be related to this crisis. Everyone knew that the situation was serious, and no one dared to conceal it. They said the people and things that came to visit in recent days, so that the senior members of the sect could analyze it. When it was Qi Yanru's turn to receive Yang Chen, she said everything else. Finally, only Yang Chen's matter was left. When she was hesitating whether or not to say it, the elder in charge of the investigation had already seen through her concealment, and very unhesitatingly asked, "Why? What else haven't you said?" "This disciple doesn't dare," Qi Yanru hurriedly replied, then gritted her teeth and said that she drove away Yang Chen. "People came to visit, and you drove them away with a few words?" The elder in charge of the investigation frowned deeply, his eyes staring at Qi Yanru, and suddenly asked, "Do you have a grudge against Chunyang Palace?" "No, elder," Qi Yanru replied quickly. "Then do you have a grudge against this Yang Chen?" The elder asked again. There were some things that had to be clarified, and there might be some truths hidden within. "No, elder." Qi Yanru shook her head again. "That kid, Yang Chen of the Pure Yang Palace, came to visit the mountain. Did he disobey the etiquette and his attitude was arrogant?" The elder's brow became more and more wrinkled, and the question became more and more sharp. "No, elder." Qi Yanru suddenly felt very wronged. Why would the elder ask her like this? "Then you should know how he came here, right?" The elder's brows had already relaxed, but none of the surrounding disciples who were in charge of receiving them dared to breathe loudly. They all knew the temper of this elder. The angrier he was, the more amiable he was. When he didn't even frown, it was obvious that he was already a little angry. He came by boat. Qi Yanru knew this very well. She was the one who brought Yang Chen to the mountain gate from the seaside. "Do you think he can use sword kinesis flight?" the elder asked kindly. "He can, elder." Qi Yanru didn't dare to neglect, and quickly replied, "When he left, he used sword kinesis flight." "So that's how it is." The elder nodded slowly and seemed to think of something. He asked with a little inquiry, "Qi Yanru, you say, since he can use sword kinesis flight, why did he come by boat?" It wasn't that there were no people who came by boat before. Qi Yanru certainly knew what the reason was. She now vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't help but answer the elder's question. She could only bite the bullet and reply, "He came by boat to express his respect for my Green Jade Immortal Island." "Oh, he respects my Green Jade Immortal Island very much, so he came by boat." The elder nodded with a sudden realization tone. He slowly said, "But you have no grievances with him. The Pure Yang Palace did not provoke you, and the Pure Yang Palace did not offend my Green Jade Immortal Island. The disciples of others put out 10 points of sincerity to visit the mountain, and you drove people away. This is the means by which my green jade Immortal Island treats fellow Taoists, right? The elder's tone was very kind, but Chi Yunru didn't dare to stand any more. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the ground. She didn't dare to lift her head again. The Green Jade Immortal Island was a big sect, and they paid the most attention to these etiquette. As a reception disciple, she was so neglecting the guests. No, it couldn't be said to be neglectful. It was simply insulting the guests. This was simply losing the face of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Not to mention that Yang Chen was a fellow Taoist, even if it was a life and death enemy. If they put on such a posture of visiting the mountain, they must be treated with courtesy. Even if they wanted to fight, they had to wait for the scene to turn hostile. But Chi Yunru actually dared to do such a thing. How could the elder not be angry? Elder, junior sister Chi, just came to the outer mountain gate to receive the guests. She doesn't understand the rules. Please punish her leniently. Naturally, it was not only Chi Yunru who was responsible for the reception. The other senior sisters and junior sisters on duty immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded for Chi Yunru. Chi Yunru, you give me a reason. If your reason can be justified, I cannot punish you. The elder was not the kind of person who didn't allow people to speak. He looked down at the people who pleaded for leniency, and his eyes were on Chi Yunru again. Disciple heard that he used despicable and shameless means to climb the heaven stairway and surpass Senior Sister Shi's record. After the news came, Senior Sister Shi kept cultivating in seclusion. Chi Yunru raised her head and explained to the elder in a pitiful tone. He made Senior Sister suffer so much, so Disciple thought. You mean, your Senior Sister Shi can't afford to lose? The elder sighed and slowly asked, My Green Jade Immortal Island can't afford to lose either, right? Disciple doesn't dare. Chi Yunru hurriedly kowtowed again. Disciple just thinks that he used despicable means to climb the heaven stairway, and he also used Senior Sister Shi's name to act like a tyrant in Chunyang Palace. He even forced away the training disciple in the Qi refining stage, so you want to teach him a lesson, right? On the elder's face, there was already a kind of loving expression, and his tone was soft. Yes, elder, disciple just wants to teach him a lesson. Chi Yunru didn't dare to look up. She couldn't see the expression on the elder's face, so she just kowtowed and replied, How did you know that he used despicable means to climb the heaven stairway? The elder shook his head and asked in Chunyang Palace, How did he use your Senior Sister Shi's name to act like a tyrant? Disciple learned it from fellow Taoist Liu Taishiman. Chi Yunru didn't dare to hide it this time and directly told the truth. It was said when fellow Taoist Li came to visit Senior Sister Shi last time. Chapter 243. What he said. Did you see it with your own eyes? The elder seemed to intend to give Chi Yunru an unforgettable lesson, and he asked very clearly word by word. No, elder. Chi Yunru kowtowed on the ground and didn't dare to move. She could only lower her head and answer. Then have you verified it in many ways, and are sure that you didn't listen to one side of the story? The elder asked again. No, elder. Chi Yunru didn't dare to argue, and only knew to answer quickly. Then let me tell you. The elder sighed and said slowly, You said that Yang Chen used a despicable and shameless method to climb to the top of the heaven stairway. During this period, Chang Wenkai of Taishimen also questioned it. Later, he gathered 10 Jedon stage masters to open the heaven stairway again. Yang Chen once again succeeded in reaching the top. Chang Wenkai and the other 9 Jedon stage masters were seriously injured because they violated the ancestral teachings and attacked Yang Chen on the heaven stairway. He didn't cheat. It's just that he was an executioner before he became a disciple. He killed too many people, which caused the illusion to be unable to affect him. The elder knew this secret very well, and he said it quickly. As for what you said, he used your Senior Sister Shi's name in the Chunyang Palace to bully the disciple. The elder paused. I don't know the inside story during this period, but the disciple later betrayed the Chunying Palace and became a traitor of the sect. You must know what happened to the Taishamen in the barren Sand Valley. They had bad intentions towards the Five Element sect. The cause of the accident was the traitor of the Chunying Palace, Chu Hung. The Green Jade Immortal Island was also one of the several major sects that came forward to mediate between the Five Element sect and the Taishamen, so this matter was also relatively clear. And this Chu Hung is a close friend of Li Qingchen of the Taishamen. The fellow Li you mentioned, it must be him, right? Yes, Elder. Qi Yanru didn't expect that there would be so many inside stories. She had been practicing hard in the sect before, and she didn't pay attention to the outside world. How would she know that there were so many things? You drove away Yangqin from Chunyang Palace, just based on Li Qingchen's one-sided statement. The elder suddenly laughed. Yangqin came to visit us on a boat. Then did Li Qingchen come to visit us on a boat? No, Elder. Qi Yanru was already on the verge of tears. How could she have imagined that a mere Yangqin would actually incur the elder's wrath? You don't understand the ways of the world, and you don't know how to distinguish between truth and falsehood. It's inevitable for you to make mistakes. The elder finally made a decision. Fine, go to the law enforcement hall and receive your punishment. I'll seal half of my cultivation and go to the city square to temper my mind. When I can comprehend something and break the seal, I'll return to the island to cultivate. Yes, Elder. Qi Yanru didn't dare to say anything else and answered obediently. Dealing with Qi Yanru was only a small disturbance. It was quickly buried in the big matter of finding the source of the spirit vein exhaustion. Just when the Green Jade Immortal Island was in a mess for 2 months, the spiritual power of the earth vein suddenly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened before. At this time, Yang Chen was holding the medicine garden's purified bottle in his hand. The purified bottle in his hand had undergone the sacrificial refining of the heavenly spirit treasure, refining secret art. Coupled with the fifth earth true essence, the quality had been greatly improved. The space of the medicine garden had silently increased by dozens of acres, and the growth of the medicinal materials in the garden was more gratifying. Under the nourishment of the fifth earth true essence, although the age of those medicinal materials had not increased much, the quality had directly improved a lot. The efficacy had increased by more than 30%. The Penglai divine wood, under the nourishment of the huge spiritual power and the fifth earth true essence, not only had the main root that had been cut off by Yangqin completely recovered, but even all the Penglai divine woods were a lot taller than before. Originally, it was only about 10 feet high, but now it has increased to more than 20 feet. The trunk has also changed from the original thigh thickness to the current waist thickness, and the growth was gratifying. The purified bottle had been completely filled with spiritual power and restored to the azure color. The bottle cap of the purified bottle was also the same, full of golden spiritual power. The more Yangqin looked, the more he liked it. There are many spiritual veins in the sea. Some of them were scattered. When needed, Yangqin could find enough spiritual veins to cultivate. But this was only the use of the East China Sea map. The huge sea rock that Yangqin was now hiding in was actually the treasure left by the East China Sea Dragon King. The wealth of the Dragon Palace was definitely coveted by everyone. As the Dragon King, he had no choice but to hide the most precious items carefully instead of openly displaying them in the Dragon Palace. This was the real treasure house of the Dragon Palace, and the treasures of the Dragon Palace were also the real treasures of the Dragon Palace. It was definitely not the big machete that was put in front of people to scare people, or the 9-legged fork that weighed 3,600 pounds, or the sky halberd that weighed 7,200 pounds, or the stick that weighed 13,500 pounds, and so on. Things that relied entirely on weight to scare people were not high-quality magic weapons at all. Even if it was given to Yangqin, he would not necessarily take a fancy to it. Those things, in addition to being heavy, could also be changed in size and had no other functions. They were only suitable for those who only knew brute force to use. The East China Sea map was the first treasure in the treasure house. Walking through the large square of the East China Sea map, there was a towering palace behind it. The palace was magnificent, richly ornamented, and the aura of treasures soared to the sky, not to mention anything else. Just this palace alone was already better than any palace in the mortal world. Even if Yang Chen had seen the heavenly palace in his previous life, these palaces were only slightly inferior compared to it. As they approached the centermost palace, the first thing they saw was two huge golden jade scallop shells placed on the wide dragon throne in the center. The shells were wide open, and in the middle was a dazzling pearl. Above the pearl, there was a burst of domineering dragon aura that made people's hearts tremble. Even Yang Chen had to release a little bit of blood-red aura to resist this dragon aura. This was a pure dragon pearl, and it was also the first treasure that Yang Chen saw at a glance in the palace. In the vast palace, besides the dragon throne that faced the main door, there were also 8 jade tables placed in the surroundings. There were 8 kinds of items placed on the tables, and every one of them shone with a brilliant light, causing one to be unable to help but be dazzled and unable to stop even if they wanted to. There was a painting scroll, a long rope, a gourd, a small pagoda, a sharp shuttle, 2 antler-like branches, a small golden bell, and a cup filled with water. There were 8 kinds of items placed on the 8 jade tables. Every kind of thing looked very exquisite, but they were all within 2 feet in size. What was different from the dragon pearl was that these things almost did not have any aura or light. Even Yang Chen, who was reborn, did not see what these things were, because in his previous life, these things did not appear in the world at all. But in this life, they all benefited Yang Chen. Chapter 244. Although these 8 things looked very ordinary, Yang Chen knew that the things that could make the Dragon King of the East Sea hide here were definitely good things that could make people drool. In contrast, those things that were only heavy and thick were simply rubbish. Overjoyed, Yang Chen rushed directly into the hall. Naturally, the first thing to bear the brunt was the huge dragon ball. However, 3 feet in front of the dragon throne, the excited Yang Chen was just about to take a step forward when a light curtain suddenly appeared and stopped Yang Chen. No matter what method he used, Yang Chen couldn't pass through. The Dragon King of the East Sea had mentioned this before. Each of the treasures in the Dragon Palace had a cultivation limit. Unless the person who entered could break the array formation that could only be broken through by cultivation, then he could enter the hall. Or there was another way, which was to refine the entire treasure vault of the Dragon Palace and turn it into his own Dharma treasure. However, this method was more difficult than the previous ones, at least before Yang Chen reached the nascent soul realm. He didn't even have to think about it. Although Yang Chen could only look at it now and couldn't eat it, it didn't hinder Yang Chen's excitement. This was the treasure of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the trump card, and was already a top Dharma treasure in the human world. There were so many things quietly waiting for Yang Chen to slowly collect. The Dragon Ball was obviously the treasure of the hall, and Yang Chen couldn't collect it. As a last resort, Yang Chen turned to another place. Yang Chen tried every jade table, except for one of them. The others were all restricted and couldn't be touched. The only thing that could be touched was the jade table with a sharp shuttle. Overjoyed, Yang Chen quickly walked to the side of the jade table, reached out to take the sharp shuttle in his hand, and carefully looked at it. This sharp shuttle seemed to be made of gold and jade. For a moment, Yang Chen couldn't tell what material it was made of. Its 2 ends were pointed, and it looked like it was made up of 2 fast boats. His powerful divine sense instantly penetrated into the sharp shuttle. There was no trace of the original owner's divine sense inside. It must be the old Dragon King's own treasure. Without much effort, Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness left his own imprint on the core of the pointed shuttle. For the time being, this sharp shuttle had become Yang Chen's only possession. Yang Chen discovered the use of this sharp shuttle the moment he obtained its ownership. This sharp shuttle was a flying tool comparable to Wu Xiong's soaring shuttle. However, it was more powerful than the soaring shuttle. Not only could it fly at high speed in the air, but it could also move at the same speed in the water. What made Yang Chen even more pleasantly surprised was that even in the ground, he could still easily escape. It was just that his speed would be slightly slower than in the air or in the water. This kind of good thing was like a timely rain for Yang Chen. Yang Chen's flying sword did not have any particularly high speed. The speed of the imperial sword flight was very ordinary. He lacked a magic weapon that could fly at high speed. He did not expect that there would be such a sharp shuttle in the Dragon Palace. The sharp shuttle did not have a name. According to its characteristics, Yang Chen directly gave it a very simple name, Flying Shuttle. For Yang Chen, this was just a flying tool. It was not worthwhile to give his own magic weapon a long and domineering name like the 9 Heavens, 10 Earths Devil Shuttle. It was meaningless. With a thought, the flying shuttle silently turned into a huge sailboat. This was another form of the flying shuttle. It could float on the water, and its speed could be controlled by Yang Chen. Although there was a sail, it was just a decoration. If he wanted to move, he still needed a supply of spiritual power. Of course, when he was really tired, he could also use the natural wind. At this time, the flying shuttle was just an ordinary boat. The flying shuttle had been refined by the Dragon King. With Yang Chen's current level, he did not even dare to think about sacrificial refining it. Satisfied with the flying shuttle, Yang Chen began to walk to the palace at the back. There was already such a surprise in front. He did not know what was in the back. Behind was a huge group of palaces. They were basically built in the style of the Dragon Palace. The living facilities inside were all available. Yang Chen knew that this treasure house was originally another dragon palace that the Dragon King of the East Sea prepared for himself. He did not know whether it was for the sake of a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows or to hide a mistress in a golden house. In any case, it had now fulfilled Yang Chen's wish. After walking around a few palaces, there were bedrooms, kitchens, study rooms, living rooms, etc. The facilities were complete, and all of them were extremely luxurious. Any one of them, even if it was a teacup or a tray, could make those emperors die of shame in the mortal world's palace. This was simply a natural immortal's cave for cultivation, and it was also an immortal's cave with abundant spiritual power. Compared with the current Yang Chen's Liang courtyard, it was not known how many times stronger it was. The only pity was that Yang Chen had no ability to collect it for the time being. He could only quietly hide in this place and wait for his strength to improve before coming back. After walking through all the rooms in the Dragon Palace, the more Yang Chen looked at it, the more he liked it. In his previous life, even if he went to the heavenly court, he did not have a decent immortal's cave. This time, it was equivalent to suddenly having the most luxurious immortal's cave in the mortal world. Of course, if he wanted to have it completely, he would have to wait until the near future. After resting in the immortal's cave, Yang Chen estimated that the green jade immortal island had been in chaos, and then found that all the veins had returned to normal. So he left the Dragon Palace and sat directly in the shuttle, once again rushing to the mountain gate of the green jade immortal island. In the shuttle, Yang Chen was very happy to find that the refining of the shuttle was so perfect that it didn't even need Yang Chen's special input of spiritual power. As long as enough spirit stones were provided, the shuttle could directly absorb spiritual power from the spirit stones and fly. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen directly threw a piece of the best spirit stone he got from the old man on the shuttle's spirit gathering array and felt the shuttle's flight on the seabed. From the inside of the shuttle, you can clearly see the outside situation. But now in the deep sea, it was dark, and he could only explore through spiritual awareness. Wherever the shuttle went, all kinds of strange sea beasts emerged one after another. There were strong and weak ones. A few of the stronger ones sensed the shuttle's existence and wanted to make a move, but they could only watch helplessly in front of the shuttle's speed. When he came over, Yang Chen flew from the mountain gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island for several days, but in the shuttle it only took a few hours and he had already arrived at the sea. Putting away the shuttle, Yang Chen rushed directly out of the sea and once again flew to the beach at the mountain gate. He asked Yongning to inquire about Sun Qingxue, but he didn't know what the result was. At that time, there was no place to meet, so Yang Qin could only come here to try his luck. Chapter 245. Yang Qin underestimated his own position in Yongning's mind. When his people appeared at the seaside, he had already heard Yongning's surprised cry, "Master Yang, I have been waiting for you for 2 months." Yang Chen had just removed the flying sword and stood on the ground, and the voice of Yongning over there reached his ear. Immediately afterward, Yongning's figure appeared in the field of vision of Yang Chen. "Sorry for troubling you, fellow Taoist Yong." Yang Chen also showed a smile on his face. This Yongning had something to ask of him, so it was normal for her to be so attentive. Yang Chen also greeted him with a smile. Although Yang Chen had killed a lot of people, he was not a person who did not understand the ways of the world. "Master, a lot of things have happened during the time you were away." Yongning sighed. The green jade Immortal Island suddenly became fierce, and all the rogue cultivators and fellow Taoists in this area were invited to the mountain gate and settled down one by one. Everyone was asked in detail what they were here for. It was like interrogating a thief, which really gave them a fright. The green jade Immortal Island, which could almost be ranked in the top few of the largest forces in the mortal world, suddenly showed the kind of threat that made everyone silent. No one dared to say anything more. They obediently accepted the arrangement of the green jade Immortal Island, and no one resisted. Fortunately, Yongning was an acquaintance. He had a friendship with some of the disciples of the green jade Immortal Island before, and he had come here several times. The attitude of the green jade Immortal Island towards him was obviously much better than others. Taking advantage of the time of investigating him, Yongning did not disappoint him and quietly asked about the whereabouts of Sun Qingxue. What surprised Yang Qin was that the green jade Immortal Island did not have a female disciple, Sun Qingxue, which made Yang Qin puzzled. Did Shan not bring Sun Qingxue back to the green jade Immortal Island? Or could it be said that Sun Qingxue also belonged to the acquired spirit root full value? The innate spirit root was a little worse. The green jade Immortal Island didn't like it? But in any case, there was no one from Sun Qingxue in the green jade Immortal Island. If Yang Chen wanted to know the whereabouts of Sun Qingxue, he had to find Shan to ask clearly. However, if he wanted to look for Shan, he might encounter the same embarrassment as last time. Yang Chen frowned. He was hesitating whether he should befriend Sun Qingxue in advance, although they had met once, and the feeling at the time was not bad, but to let Yang Chen be humiliated by a female disciple of the green jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen was not willing to cause trouble again. While he was hesitating, someone over there had already seen Yang Chen. Speaking of it, it was also the reception disciple of the green jade Immortal Island, and it was a female disciple who was present when Qi Yunru embarrassed Yang Chen, but she did not come forward at that time. Qi Yunru was punished by the elder, and her cultivation base was directly sealed, and she went to the market to hone her mind. How could these female disciples dare to neglect? When they saw Yang Chen, they hurriedly rushed over and slightly saluted Yang Chen. "Is it Taoist Yang? What's the matter with your presence?" Yang Chen was confused by such an attitude. Could it be that the spiritual power that he extracted from the green jade Immortal Island really played a role, so that they had such a good attitude? However, since others asked, Yang Chen would not hide it. Anyway, he had already said it last time. This time he would just say it again. Whether it was successful or not, Yang Chen didn't care. "I would like to see your sex very sure to inquire about the whereabouts of a person." The other party was polite, so Yang Chen was also polite and directly stated his own purpose. "Taoist Yang, please go to the guest house to rest first. I will inform senior sister, sure, immediately." The female disciple who received them didn't even welcome Yang Chen to the reception hall and directly gave a reply to Yang Chen. The response was so fast that Yang Chen was puzzled. He didn't know what she was playing. But this was also good, since the attitude of the green jade Immortal Island suddenly changed. Yang Qin didn't mind having some relationship with the future fairy Sunday. In the guest house of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Qin settled down. Yongning also didn't care about right or wrong, and directly followed Yang Qin to live in the same place. What a joke, a promising alchemist who could refine the second-grade foundation building pill at any time when he just reached the foundation stage, no matter how close he was. If he could get close to him, he would absolutely get close to him. While waiting for Shi Shanshan, Yang Qin also carefully thought about Shi Shanshan's life. It seemed that she had always been carrying the name of a genius in her sect, all the way to the spiritual world and immortal world, and obtained the name of the Cold Plum Fairy with her unparalleled coldness. The last time Yang Qin met her in the execution ground, it seemed that Shi Shanshan was already at the peak of the foundation stage and was traveling outside. At this time, she should have succeeded in condensing the core, right? The attitude of the Green Jade Immortal Island was very correct this time and did not let Yang Qin wait for a long time. After settling Yang Qin here, the flying sword immediately sent the news back to the mountain gate. The disciple inside immediately notified Shi Shanshan, who was cultivating. Yang Qin? Chunyang Palace? Shi Shanshan had no impression of Yang Qin at first. To be honest, when they met at the execution ground, he was an ordinary executioner. Although he said something that made her feel something, she did not ask Yang Qin's name at that time, so naturally she did not pay much attention to it. But when it came to Yang Qin of Chunyang Palace, Shi Shanshan immediately remembered the identity of Yang Qin. On the one hand, Li Qingqin of Taishimen had admired Shi Shanshan for many years. He often fawned in front of Shi Shanshan and would talk about some new cultivators. Among them, the name of Yang Qin repeatedly appeared, but they were all not good comments. On the other hand, Yang Qin reached the top of the stairway gathering and became famous. Naturally, it also reached the ears of Shi Shanshan. But that was just the name of Yang Qin of Chunyang Palace. Who was the specific person? She would never think that it was the executioner on the execution ground that year. Thanks to Li Qingqin, Shi Shanshan knew that Yang Qin was the executioner of that year. Hearing that Yang Qin wanted to see her, Shi Shanshan was also very strange. But she heard that Yang Qin just wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of a person. Shi Shanshan suddenly understood that Yang Qin wanted to know the current situation of Sun Qingxue. For Yang Qin, Shi Shanshan did not have much bad impression at the beginning. The executioner killed people. Although he killed a lot, Yang Qin also said the time that every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt had its debtor. It was his duty to act according to orders. If the root cause was investigated, there was not much to do with Yang Qin. However, Li Qingqin came over to please her and said a lot. Although Shi Shanshan still had a cold expression to Li Qingqin, Yang Qin's reputation in her mind was not so good. In particular, Shi Shanshan recently heard that one of her own junior sisters, Qi Yanru, who had not yet condensed her Dan, was punished by the elders for driving Yang Qin out of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Although Shi Shanshan also felt that Qi Yanru should have more experience, she still had a little more disgust for Yang Qin. The sect is in troubled times. Forget it. I will see him and tell him the whereabouts of Sun Qingxue, and immediately drive him away. Shi Shanshan made up her mind and immediately got up and flew to the guest house at the mountain gate. Chapter 246. From Shi Shanshan's Immortal's cave to the mountain gate guest house. It was at least a few hundred miles away. Shi Shanshan was a core disciple, and her Immortal's cave was in the deepest part of the Green Jade Immortal Island. However, she now obviously had a flying sword that was fast enough. When Yang Qin chatted with Yongning in the guest house all night, the sky had just turned bright, and Shi Shanshan had already arrived here. Yang Qin and Yongning were chatting in full swing. Yongning liked to run around outside, and some of the news she knew was much more than Yang Qin. She was talking happily and dancing with joy. Yang Qin next to her also listened with relish, and from time to time he would add a few words. Suddenly, Yang Qin stopped his movements and turned his eyes to the outside. Yong Ning was stunned and hurriedly turned her head, but she saw a white figure flashing through the door. Shi Shanshan's cold face suddenly appeared in front of the two. Before waiting for everyone to speak, Shi Shanshan's eyes were already staring at Yang Chen's face. She only stared at him for a moment, and then her eyes turned to Yong Ning. When she looked at Yang Chen, it was nothing, but when she looked at Yong Ning, Shi Shanshan's eyes flashed. The invisible pressure of a Jidan stage master suddenly made Yong Ning, who was still at the peak of the foundation stage, feel terrified. She immediately realized that she might be caught between Fairy Shi and Yang Chen, and she was afraid that it would be somewhat inconvenient. Oh, I suddenly remembered that there is still an old friend that I haven't visited. No, I have to hurry. In the face of the cold and frosty Fairy Shi, Yong Ning directly and cleverly apologized, under the guise of looking for a close friend of the Green Jade Immortal Island. She fled and did not dare to look back. Shi Shanshan's gaze then turned to Yang Chen again. However, she did not withdraw the majestic aura that had suppressed Yong Ning just now. Instead, it was exerted on Yang Chen even more intensely. Yang Chen could almost directly ignore this level of pressure, but seeing that Shi Shanshan was still pressuring him without saying a word, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little angry. He opened his mouth and said, "Fairy Shi, I was born an executioner and have killed countless people. What I am least afraid of is some kind of aura that doesn't even carry a murderous aura. If Fairy Shi has something to say, please speak plainly." As Yang Chen spoke, his eyes were unscrupulously sizing up Shi Shanshan's body. Shi Shanshan's appearance hadn't changed much since they last met more than a decade ago. At Shi Shanshan's level, as long as she didn't reach the halfway point of her lifespan, she would basically maintain her appearance. On this point, Yang Chen wasn't surprised at all. If it wasn't for finding Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen wouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke the cold and elegant winter plum fairy of the future. "Why are you looking for me?" Being stared at by Yang Chen's impudent gaze, Shi Shanshan was more and more certain that Yang Chen wasn't a good person. However, since Yang Chen had come to visit, Shi Shanshan wouldn't turn hostile. She just asked coldly, "I want to know the whereabouts of Sun Qingxue." Yang Chen also didn't have much in common with Shi Shanshan. If he had to choose, he would rather choose someone like Yong Ning, who was talkative and knew the ways of the world to associate with. Therefore, Yang Chen didn't have a good attitude and just asked his own question. As long as he knew the answer, Yang Chen planned to turn around and leave. Little Sister Sun has already been placed under the Blue Cloud sect. Shi Shanshan didn't hide anything from Yang Chen because of Yang Chen's attitude. Listening to the content of her words, it seemed that she and Sun Qingxue had a close relationship. She called Sun Qingxue as little sister. Yang Chen was stunned. He originally thought that in this life, Sun Qingxue wouldn't be taken away by her original master after being taken away by Shi Shanshan. He didn't expect that the world was fickle, and she actually became a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Yang Chen didn't know what exactly happened, but he thought that as long as he found Sun Qingxue, he would be able to find out. Thinking of this, Yang Chen stood up and cupped his hands at Shi Shanshan. "Thank you, goodbye," he said concisely and without any nonsense. He went straight to the door of the guest house and planned to leave. "Yang Chen." Shi Shanshan didn't stop Yang Chen. She just wanted to see this arrogant and despotic fellow who borrowed her name. When Yang Chen brushed past her, Shi Shanshan's heart suddenly moved, and she called out to him, "What's the matter?" Yang Chen wasn't in a good mood. Shi Shanshan's cold expression made it seem as if he owed her a debt, and her tone wasn't pleasant either. "In the future, don't borrow my name when you do things," Shi Shanshan said and directly turned around. She didn't care whether Yang Chen could hear her or not. If Yang Chen was still stubborn, Shi Shanshan didn't mind teaching Yang Chen a lesson. Shi Shanshan wanted to leave, but this time Yang Chen refused. He turned around and directly blocked in front of Shi Shanshan. "Hold on, Fairy Shi." Make it clear. What do you mean by using your name to do things? You know what you did. Sure Shanshan's tone was so cold that it made people tremble, but Yang Qin still denied it. In Sure Shanshan's heart, this person had been completely put on the list of people who would never associate with him. Li Qingchen was very skillful in his speech. He expressed the matter of Yang Chen fighting against Chu Heng very tactfully. In Sure Shanshan's mind, Yang Chen was a guy who used to be an executioner. It was already an exception for Chunyang Palace to allow him to enter. Yang Chen even used her name to bully his teacher. This was simply intolerable. Thinking about it, Yang Chen was an ordinary mortal. Where did he learn the cultivation method? Wasn't he a disciple? Unexpectedly, Yang Chen even forced Chu Heng out of Chunyang Palace and became a traitor. This was simply disloyal and unfilial. He still had the nerve to pretend to be confused. Make it clear. Yang Chen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The blood river in his sea of consciousness rolled up monstrous waves. A killing intent came out of his body and went straight to Sure Shanshan. Although I, Yang Chen, am not talented, I have not fallen to the point of relying on others' reputation to do things. Sure Shanshan's eyes suddenly darkened. The terrifying killing intent was like a huge curtain, directly drowning Sure Shanshan in an instant. Even with Sure Shanshan's realm of Jindan, she could not face Yang Chen's anger at this moment. This was purely a feeling. At this moment, Sure Shanshan seemed to be suddenly in a sea of blood. She had unprecedented fear, and her body seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. But the stubbornness in her heart made Sure Shanshan hold on. She did not completely lose her perseverance under the attack of Yang Chen's killing intent. Gritting her teeth, Sure Shanshan resisted Yang Chen's killing intent and did not fall down. After this round, Sure Shanshan forced herself to say, "Will the personal disciple of the Taishaman wrongly accuse you? Do you dare to confront him? Well, let's confront him. You make an appointment with that bastard to inform me at Chunyang Palace. I will accompany him to the end." Yang Chen was furious. He dropped a sentence fiercely, turned around and raised his flying sword, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chapter 247. Yang Chen was so angry that he wanted to leave immediately, but he forgot that this was the site of the Green Jade Immortal Island. He just couldn't help but release a little killing intent, which had already alarmed the masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Because of the last abnormal thing in the Earth's veins, even on the side of the mountain gate, the Green Jade Immortal Island also arranged an elder to guard here. Suddenly, the killing intent that broke out from Yang Qin directly made Elder Guan Yueying, who was sitting in the mountain gate, angry. Who dares to behave atrociously in the Green Jade Immortal Island? A huge shout sounded throughout the island where the Green Jade Immortal Island was located. Yang Chen had just flown to the seaside with his flying sword, and the voice rang in his ear. Not only that, but the voice contained a powerful spiritual awareness, which directly exploded in the ear of Yang Chen. With a bang, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness burst out and collided with this powerful spiritual awareness. After all, Yang Chen's cultivation base was still shallow. Even if he had a sea of consciousness, it was only the level of the peak Jiedan stage. How could it be compared with the powerful spiritual awareness that the other party had cultivated for thousands of years? It was just that when the spiritual awareness collided, he immediately felt a shock in his mind. The whole person seemed to be hit by a giant hammer, and he fell directly from the flying sword. While people were still in the air, Yang Qin couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In his ear, he vaguely heard someone whispering, "Huh." He didn't dare to neglect. When he was about to fall into the water, Yang Qin had already endured the pain of his sea of consciousness. He recalled the flying sword and summoned the shuttle to wrap himself in it. The shuttle drew a perfect parabola in the air and plunged into the sea. "Where are you going?" The sound came again. This time it was not a spiritual awareness attack, but Elder Guan Yueying of the Green Jade Immortal Island directly flew after him. The collision just now had already allowed Guan Yueying to leave a spiritual awareness mark on Yangchen. How could she tolerate a younger generation junior to escape under her own nose? It was true that the Green Jade Immortal Island was troubled, but it was not that individuals could behave atrociously in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yangchen actually released such a killing intent. What was he trying to do? The most outrageous thing was that he wanted to run away after doing it. How could it be so easy? In the eyes of Guan Yueying, if Yangchen was allowed to leave like this, it was definitely a slap in the face of the Green Jade Immortal Island. No matter what Yangchen came for, no matter which sect Yangchen was a disciple of, provoking the Green Jade Immortal Island, he must be punished. He originally thought that he could directly make Yangchen unconscious with his spiritual sense attack and then capture him. She did not expect that Yangchen would actually exchange a blow with her spiritual consciousness, which unexpectedly shook her to the point that she was somewhat in a trance. For many years, the life of the Green Jade Immortal Island had made Guan Yueying forget the last time someone dared to disobey her orders after she spoke. To think that Yangchen still wanted to escape. It was laughably childish. The life source flying sword flew out and chased Yangchen's figure into the sea. Elder Guan Yueying was a water cultivator. Yangchen still wanted to escape into the sea in front of her. It was really the biggest joke in the world. Guan Yueying didn't want to kill Yangchen immediately. She just wanted to teach Yangchen a lesson. She released the flying sword just to capture Yangchen and bring him back. The life source flying sword was under her control, and it would never let Yangchen's life be in danger. However, when she drove the flying sword and chased Yangchen for a while, she was stunned to find that she was not as fast as Yangchen. The shuttle was underwater, and it did not slow down at all. With the best spirit stone placed by Yangchen, even if Yangchen was seriously injured at the moment and couldn't lift a trace of spiritual power, he could still escape at high speed under the control of Yangchen's mind. Yangchen was not unconscious. Elder Guan Yueying's spiritual awareness was powerful, but Yangchen's sea of consciousness broke out with an incredible effect, and he abruptly resisted the spiritual awareness attack of the peak Yuanying stage elder. His body only vomited blood, but he still retained his consciousness. As long as Yangchen was still awake, Yangchen could control the shuttle to escape from the Green Jade Immortal Island at the fastest speed. At this time, there was no other choice. He could only find the widest direction in the sea and desperately urge the shuttle. He didn't even dare to look back. As soon as the spiritual awareness touched, Yangchen knew that it was bad. Not to mention the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even in the Chunying Palace, if someone did this, they would definitely be left behind. He was really angry at the time and didn't hold back his breath. Now he had to taste this bitter fruit. The anger of the peak Yuanying stage master was by no means what Yangchen could bear now. Apart from running for his life, Yangchen had no choice but to escape. Fortunately, as long as Yangchen could control the direction of the shuttle, he didn't need to output his spiritual power. Just in the process of the shuttle's escape, Yangchen could also take the opportunity to heal. Of course, Yangchen knew who was chasing him now. Elder Guan Yueying was famous for her hot temper. At this time, if Yangchen stopped, he would be crippled first. There was no other way but to escape desperately. The collision of the spiritual awareness made the sea of consciousness as chaotic as the river and the sea. Yangchen resisted the discomfort and swallowed a healing medicinal pill first, slowly recovering the damage in his body. He put on the posture of the 5 hearts facing the sky and began to cultivate the 3 purities' secret art. If he wanted to recuperate his spiritual awareness, was there a more magical method in this world than the 3 purities' secret art? As Guan Yueying angrily chased after him, Yangchen began to quietly heal his injuries in the shuttle. Anyway, the shuttle has determined a direction. Tens of thousands of miles of the sea. Even with the high speed of the shuttle, it was impossible to reach in a few days. Before Yangchen controlled the shuttle to stop, the shuttle would only fly forward. Now Yang Chen has discovered that Guan Yueying's speed was not as fast as himself, but he understood that his own sea of consciousness was planted by Guan Yueying with a spiritual awareness mark. Before his spiritual awareness recovered, he could not escape the pursuit of Guan Yueying. He simply didn't care about anything else and focused on healing. The more Guan Yueying chased, the angrier she became. She was a powerhouse of the peak Yuanying stage, an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even in the entire cultivation world, not to mention the Righteous Alliance, even those devil bastards, when facing her, they have to weigh the weight of their heads. But now, she was completely enraged by Yang Chen. In the mountain gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island, he even dared to escape under her eyes. If Yang Chen was allowed to leave, would the Green Jade Immortal Island still have to raise their heads among their peers? The faster Yang Chen's shuttle flew, the angrier Guan Yueying became. At the moment, the flying sword that was chasing Yang Chen flew directly to her feet and replaced the ordinary flying sword. Her figure was like a graceful bird, chasing the direction of Yang Chen's escape. The sea was like being cut by a sharp blade, leaving a long white wave trace. Chapter 248. A circulation made the situation in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness ease a lot. After swallowing the second healing medicinal pill, Yang Chen began to check his current situation. After being attacked by Guan Yueying's spiritual awareness, his sea of consciousness was damaged. Yang Chen also had to admire the strength of these old fellows. However, thinking about it, he was not wrong. The little guy who had just reached the foundation stage could resist the spiritual awareness attack of a peak Yuanying stage master, but he was injured and could escape. This was not a humiliation, but a glory. When he thought of the other party's pursuit, Yang Chen couldn't help but look back. The shuttle had been on the bottom of the sea, and he couldn't see a shadow of a person. Guan Yueying left a mark on Yang Chen and was not afraid that he would escape to the ends of the earth. She flew on the sword on the surface of the sea and had no intention of entering the sea. Although Yang Chen couldn't see the pursuers, he knew that the danger was always approaching. The kind of faint, dangerous pressure constantly lingered in his mind, making Yang Chen feel like there was a thorn in his back and he couldn't sleep or eat. Even Guan Yueying herself would not expect that Yang Chen could still perceive her approach. Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was powerful. Guan Yueying could chase Yang Chen from the spiritual awareness mark, and Yang Chen could also feel Guan Yueying's approach from the spiritual awareness mark, even if Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was still churning. This was what Yang Chen never expected. It was simply a small surprise. He always thought that in addition to being able to release killing intent and imitate the monster, his sea of consciousness only had a powerful effect of spiritual awareness, but he didn't expect that there was such an unexpected ability. The churning of the sea of consciousness was a lot better, but Yang Chen couldn't suppress his anger. Sure, Shanshan, this woman, didn't she think too highly of herself? Do I, Yang Chen, need to borrow your name to do things? However, it was obvious that Sure Shanshan didn't know how to conduct herself. She didn't investigate this matter herself, but actually wanted Yang Chen to confront Li Qingchen, who was the instigator, face to face. How could there be such a foolish woman in the world? If she wanted to confront Li Qingchen, it meant that Sure Shanshan had sold him out after hearing Li Qingchen's secret. If someone wanted to tell her something in the future, who would dare to be at ease? In addition, confronting Li Qingchen face to face was definitely the worst move of all. Not to mention the fact that Li Qingchen had a guilty conscience and might not agree. If Sure Shanshan failed to gather them, it would be a huge blow to him. Even if the gathering was successful, where could Li Qingchen find evidence that Yang Chen had used Sure Shanshan's name to act? Once it reached this point, Sure Shanshan's accusations against Yang Chen would be completely lost, and he would also have a reputation of being biased and arrogant. He didn't know how the Green Jade Immortal Island educated their disciples. It seemed that such a talented genius disciple, how could he not even understand the most basic way of doing things? Another thing that made Yang Chen angry was Elder Guan Yueying, who was chasing behind him. You didn't ask what the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island did, but you used Yang Chen to maintain the prestige of your Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen was not a good man or woman. He was so willing to be captured, just because of such a small thing as an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. How many major things needed to be dealt with? She actually seized this and chased after him. Until now, she was still chasing him. Yang Chen also had the memory of a great, principal golden immortal. For the first time in this life, someone made him so embarrassed. The more he was forced, the more Yang Chen had a stubborn mind. Don't you want to chase? I'll let you chase. Anyway, since he couldn't catch up with the shuttle in the sea, he didn't expect to be able to catch up in the air. Then he would see who would lose face. Guan Yueying's peak Yuaning stage cultivation base did not make Yang Chen retreat, but it aroused his endless fighting spirit. The shuttle driven by the top-grade spirit stone was enough to fly for a year. If one piece was not enough, Yang Chen still had another 8 pieces. If Guan Yueying could accept the fact that a master of the peak Yuaning stage chased a disciple of the foundation stage for 9 years, then come on. There was a never-before-seen spectacle on the sea. Elder Guan of the Green Jade Immortal Island, driving her own flying sword, went straight all the way to the center of the East China Sea. Elder Guan on the flying sword gritted her teeth. She didn't know who made her so angry. Guan Yueying couldn't help but be angry. She had been chasing Yang Chen for a full 20 hours. Not only did she not catch up, but she was getting further and further away. Yang Chen, a disciple of the foundation stage, let him fly with all his strength under the pressure of a peak Yuaning stage ancestor. It was already a great achievement to be able to maintain such a speed for such a long time. But until now, she didn't see Yang Chen's intention to stop, which also made Guan Yueying almost mad. When did dealing with a small foundation stage junior require a Yuaning stage ancestor to fly with all his strength for 20 hours? And this was still in the case of Yang Chen being injured and vomiting blood. If this matter was spread out, would Elder Guan's face still be there? Would the reputation of the Green Jade Immortal Island still be there? Both of them had the idea of competing, but no one was willing to bow their head first. For this point, Yang Chen had no choice. If he stopped, it meant that he would be captured by Guan Yueying. Maybe he would have to abolish his cultivation base to maintain the reputation of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen was not willing to become a stepping stone for the revitalization of other martial arts sects, especially a sect with such arrogant people as Shi Shanshan. This chase lasted for 3 days. Yang Chen on the shuttle had stabilized his injury, and his sea of consciousness was no longer so turbulent and began to slowly recover to normal. Because of this spiritual awareness injury, Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the bloody river in his sea of consciousness, the 5th earth layer and the Penglai divine would combined, simply formed the framework of the entire sea of consciousness. No matter how deep the sea of consciousness was injured, it could firmly support the entire sea of consciousness, and it would not collapse because of the injury. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. If it wasn't for this injury, he wouldn't have found that his sea of consciousness was so powerful. The relief of the injury of the sea of consciousness gave Yang Chen more capital to escape. Soon after he cultivated the 3 purities secret art again, he found a small spot of light in his sea of consciousness. That was the spiritual awareness imprint left by Guan Yueying in his sea of consciousness. Above this spot of light, a faint thin line was connected to a place behind the shuttle. Yang Chen knew that it was Guan Yueying who was tracking him with her spiritual awareness. A small spiritual awareness imprint made Yang Chen extremely interested. Under the effect of the 3 purities secret art, the framework of the sea of consciousness was not damaged, and the injury quickly subsided. Yang Chen could now mobilize 80% of the power of the original sea of consciousness and began to deal with the spiritual awareness imprint. What made Yang Chen have a headache was whether he should directly refine this imprint and let Guan Yueying completely lose his trace, or should he take the opportunity to fight back and let Guan Yueying eat a loss. Chapter 249. Being in the air, Guan Yueying was not attacked by too many sea beasts. Even if there were powerful sea beasts, they couldn't keep up with Guan Yueying's speed. Secondly, the attack in the water could not threaten Guan Yueying in the air. There was basically no harassment from sea beasts along the way. The powerful sea beasts were not in the shallow sea, and Yang Chen's shuttle was faster than Guan Yueying. At the same time, it could slightly conceal part of its aura, and it was unimpeded in the sea. Yang Chen did not touch the spiritual awareness mark before his sea of consciousness was fully restored. In his previous life, Yang Chen could endure for nearly 10,000 years. In this life, Yang Chen could also do the same when facing a strong enemy. Another 3 days passed. Yang Chen felt that he had escaped tens of thousands of miles in these 6 days, but Guan Yueying was still chasing after him. Although the distance was getting farther and farther, Guan Yueying had the spiritual awareness mark to lead the way and did not stop for a moment. Yang Chen finally recuperated his sea of consciousness. At that time, Guan Yueying also hurriedly attacked and did not hurt the foundation of his sea of consciousness. Under the strong recovery power of the 3 purities secret art, after 6 days of recuperation, he finally recovered. In Yang Chen's feeling, the recovered sea of consciousness was even stronger than before the injury, and the framework of the blood river 5th earth layer plus the Penglai divine wood was more stable. Although the total amount of the spiritual awareness did not improve much, after this time the quality had improved a little. Guan Yueying was still persevering in the chase. She seemed to realize that Yang Chen was only relying on a special magic weapon to escape, and her own injury had not fully recovered. However, the continuous 6 days of non-stop pursuit had already made Guan Yueying have a kind of surprise and appreciation. Not any junior in the foundation stage could escape Guan Yueying's pursuit for 6 days and 6 nights. Suddenly, Guan Yueying found that the spiritual awareness mark she planted on Yang Chen seemed to be touched by someone, and Yang Chen's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. "Senior, you and I have no grievances in the past. There is no need to be so ruthless, right?" It was Yang Chen's spiritual awareness that directly penetrated into the spiritual awareness imprint. The beast-controlling secret art played a key role, so that the two had the ability to communicate in an instant, just like when Yang Chen and Shikue and Xie Sha first communicated. Guan Yueying was shocked at first. She never thought that someone could communicate with her through the spiritual awareness imprint that she had planted herself. And it was even this kind of telepathic communication that directly appeared in her mind. The sudden shock almost made her, a grand ancestor at the peak of nascent soul realm, scream. But after the shock, it was followed by uncontrollable anger. Yang Chen behaved atrociously in the gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and he fled to avoid punishment. He even said that she wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, Guan Yueying couldn't wait to capture Yang Chen and teach him a lesson. "You behaved atrociously in my Green Jade Immortal Island. I will not go too far. As long as your cultivation base is sealed, and you kneel at the gate of my sect for a month as a warning, I will not pursue this matter." Guan Yueying was an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Although she was angry, she knew the propriety of the matter. Yang Chen's crime was not enough to die. As a master of cultivation, she would not easily change her principles because of a small offense. At the beginning, she did not intend to kill Yang Chen. She just wanted to capture him. Yang Chen absolutely believed in Elder Guan's words. He believed that as long as he honestly knelt in the Green Jade Immortal Island for a month, the Green Jade Immortal Island would never pursue this matter again. But believing in the Green Jade Immortal Island's way of doing things, and whether he should kneel for a month or not, were 2 different things. "Sorry, I am very busy. I don't have time to delay in the Green Jade Immortal Island." Yang Chen's thoughts were directly passed to Guan Yueying's mind, clearly expressing his refusal. Then I can only capture you, and then ask your sect, how did your master teach you? Yang Chen refused, and Guan Yueying was angry again. This time, even Yang Chen's sect was involved. Guan Yueying's words did not expect that she had already touched Yang Chen's reverse scale. Hearing that Guan Yueying actually wanted to find trouble with Gao Yu, Yang Chen's anger roared and suddenly gained the upper hand. I give you face, and you don't want it. The threatening thoughts were passed directly along Guan Yueying's spiritual awareness mark. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The shuttle suddenly turned and flew in the direction of Guan Yueying. Hearing the words of Yang Chen, Guan Yueying was also furious. A little foundation stage junior also dared to be presumptuous in front of a Yuanying stage ancestor. Who do you think you are? This junior is courting death. Of course, Guan Yueying wouldn't care about the threat of Yang Chen, but since Yang Chen turned around and rushed over, it was exactly what Guan Yueying wanted. She was worried that she couldn't catch up with Yang Chen, and he came to her door. She couldn't blame others. The life source flying sword flew out. This time Guan Yueying did not intend to give Yang Chen any chance. Yang Chen's magic weapon for escape was the key. Guan Yueying would never tolerate Yang Chen to escape in front of her again and again. If she faced him, the first thing Guan Yueying had to do was to destroy Yang Chen's magic weapon for escape first. Yang Chen also began to be angry at this moment. He and Guan Yueying had no deep hatred. If he had to say the whole story, it was clear that Shi Shanshan first provoked the trouble. But the other party came up regardless and asked him to kowtow and apologize. This was tolerable, what was unbearable. If he didn't give Guan Yueying a profound lesson, Yang Chen wouldn't be able to calm down. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking. The original 6 days and 6 nights of journey of nearly a few hundred miles, under the deliberate approach of Yang Chen and Guan Yueying, they were almost close in less than an incense worth of time. Guan Yueying was ready to give this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a good lesson, to let him know that the green jade Immortal Island was not a place where anyone could insult at will. However, before waiting for Guan Yueying to react, Yang Chen had directly controlled Guan Yueying's spiritual awareness imprint and threw it into the bloody river. Boom, the boundless killing intent accompanied by the fear that could make the great principal golden immortal fly away, directly through the spiritual awareness imprint and invaded Guan Yueying's mind. Even though Guan Yueying was already a powerhouse at the peak Yuanying stage, at this moment she was completely no different from those who had been shocked by Yang Chen's killing intent. Even the immortal officials of the heavenly court were afraid of killing intent. She, Immortal Yuanying stage junior, had no resistance at all. After a moment of fear, she directly fainted. Elder Guan, who was flying at high speed, was still flying in the air, but she had lost consciousness. The life source flying sword suddenly lost control and naturally flew into Guan Yueying's body. Elder Guan, whose white clothes fluttered like an immortal, drew a beautiful parabola in the air, just like Yang Chen entering the sea at the door of the green jade Immortal Island, directly into the middle of the sea. Chapter 250. Yang Chen's shuttle also arrived at this time and picked up Guan Yueying in the water. Otherwise, even if Yang Chen did not make a move, Guan Yueying would definitely be devoured by the sea beast. She was shocked by Yang Chen's bloody river, and it was by no means possible to wake up in the water. A Yuanying stage ancestor was lying quietly not far from Yang Chen's side. The space in the shuttle was large enough. Yang Chen did not have to worry about whether Guan Yueying could put her down. Although she was already a master who had lived for hundreds of years or thousands of years, she still had a young face. It must be said that when the Green Jade Immortal Island accepted disciples, they were also very careful. This elder Guan Yueying at any time could also be regarded as a stunning beauty. However, Yang Chen was not in the mood to look at the beauty at all. He was thinking about how to end this matter. Guan Yueying was not an ordinary person. She was the elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and she was also a prominent figure in the cultivation world. The Green Jade Immortal Island was a big sect that could be comparable to the Taishaman. Yang Qin could not completely offend the Green Jade Immortal Island at this time. Otherwise, maybe Chunyang Palace would repeat the tragedy of extermination in advance. Killing Guan Yueying meant a complete fallout. Yang Qin did not want to cause trouble for Chunyang Palace and Gao Yu at this time. But now that there was Guan Yueying, it was not easy to deal with. Not to mention dealing with Guan Yueying. Guan Yueying had been scared into a coma, and he didn't know how to solve it after waking up. Killing was impossible, but how to make Guan Yueying give up the investigation was the most important thing. The spiritual awareness imprint that Guan Yueying planted on Yang Qin had been completely forced out by Yang Qin. Guan Yueying was by his side. Many things would be much easier. When Guan Yueying woke up, the first thing she saw was not Yang Qin, but a sharp flying sword between her eyebrows above the glabella. The tip of the sword had slightly pierced into the skin. With a slight movement, Guan Yueying's expression immediately changed. She could not raise her cultivation at all, as if it was bound by something. This time, Guan Yueying turned pale with fright. The feeling of being trampled upon was definitely not a good one. At this time, Guan Yueying suddenly remembered the monstrous sea of blood that she saw with her spiritual sense before she fainted and subconsciously shivered. What kind of person would have that kind of killing intent? She, a peak nascent soul realm grand ancestor, could not bear it? I don't want to kill anyone. Yang Chen's voice came from above Guan Yueying's head. He then appeared in front of Guan Yueying and stared straight into her eyes. But I'm not afraid of killing people. Do you believe it? Guan Yueying nodded. Although she saw that Yang Chen was a little flustered, Guan Yueying was, after all, a peak Yuaning stage ancestor. She had seen countless big scenes and many life and death battles. After the initial panic, she quickly recovered her calmness. However, she didn't know why. Guan Yueying suddenly felt that the young man in front of her was extremely terrifying. This was not her own subjective awareness, but she was aware of it from her own physical reaction. Guan Yueying's body was trembling. It was the kind of involuntary trembling. Even when she saw a master of the Deshang stage, she didn't feel this way. Unexpectedly, when facing Yang Qin, she felt fear from the bottom of her heart. Yang Chen's words, Guan Yueying would never think that he was bragging. With the killing intent that could scare her into fainting if Yang Qin was willing, it was not difficult to create a massacre on the Green Jade Immortal Island. As for whether Yang Qin was afraid of killing people, would he be afraid of killing people with such a terrible killing intent? Who are you? Is there any place to offend the Green Jade Immortal Island? Although her heart was flustered and her body was still trembling, Guan Yueying still gritted her teeth and asked these two questions. Since Yang Qin didn't kill her when she was unconscious, but waited for her to wake up and say this, it showed that there was still room for this matter to be turned around. I am Yang Qin of the Chunyang Palace. I have never had any grudges with your noble sect, but your noble sect has met again and again. If you don't drive me away, you'll slander me, or you will hurt me. Do you think that this Yang is easy to bully? Yang Qin sat down opposite Guan Yueying, but the flying sword pointed at Guan Yueying's glabella did not withdraw. This is a misunderstanding. As soon as she heard Yang Chen's name, Guan Yueying's mind flashed with all kinds of rumors, and then she immediately thought of the matter of Qi Yunru driving away Yang Qin. But at the same time her heart was also relieved, and she hurriedly said, Qi Yunru neglected you, I have already dealt with it. Seal your cultivation base and go to the market to hone your mind. That's your Green Jade Immortal Island's business. I'm not interested. Yang Qin looked at Guan Yueying and said slowly, I can also not pursue the matter of you hurting me. But there is a premise. Don't provoke me in the future. Are you threatening me? Guan Yueying was also an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen's words really didn't give her face. Guan Yueying couldn't help but be a little angry. Do you want to go against my entire Green Jade Immortal Island? I never do these meaningless things. Yang Qin shook his head. If you don't mind disappearing silently, I can fulfill your wish. Kill me. Do you think you can escape the pursuit of the Green Jade Immortal Island? Guan Yueying from the beginning had the idea of fighting for the face of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even in the face of people who made her afraid, she would not change her original intention. Do you think how many people in your Green Jade Immortal Island will believe that you, a peak Yuaning stage ancestor, died in the hands of me, a junior in the early stage of the foundation stage? Yang Qin unceremoniously pointed out the little calculation in Guan Yueying's heart. Don't say that I didn't give you face, your Green Jade Immortal Island's sect masters who have eyes in the sky. Will they admit that you, a Yuaning stage ancestor, died in my hands? But after all, I disappeared when I was chasing you, didn't I? Guan Yueying had no reliance in her heart, but her mouth was still strong. When they looked for me, I said I didn't know. Yang Qin smiled and said, I told them that if you catch up with me, I promised you to go to the Green Jade Immortal Island to kowtow and apologize, and then you disappeared. You say, do they believe in my words? Or do they believe that I lied to them after killing you? Don't you want to kowtow and apologize? Guan Yueying was angry. If Yang Chen was willing to kowtow and apologize, then what was the point of chasing? I killed an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island who was at the peak Yuaning stage. If people die, then kowtow, it's not a big deal. Yang Chen sneered. It seems that Elder Guan is already ready to die. Well, you are an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and you are also an elder. How do you want to die? I will help you. Chapter 251. In the face of Yang Chen's indifferent attitude, Guan Yueying finally understood that the so-called pressure of herself and the Green Jade Immortal Island was useless against Yang Chen. She gave up struggling and asked very unwillingly, what do you want? I said, don't mess with me. Yang Chen lowered his eyelids. You didn't think about killing me from the beginning, so I gave you this face. But don't think that I don't dare to kill. With that said, Yang Chen stretched out his hand, and the flying sword that was stabbed in Guan Yueying's glabella suddenly disappeared. Later, Guan Yueying immediately discovered that her restricted spiritual power instantly recovered its freedom, and she became the omnipotent peak Yuaning stage ancestor again. However, at this time, Guan Yueying did not have the idea of retaliating against Yang Chen immediately. Although with her Yuaning stage cultivation base facing Yang Chen, a disciple of the foundation stage, she could easily control him. It was not that Guan Yueying simply gave up all the hatred because of the words of Yang Chen just now. It was because Guan Yueying suddenly discovered that at the moment when Yang Chen reached out and took back the flying sword, a faint black mark appeared on Yang Chen's finger, and that mark was clearly a very strange pattern. With Guan Yueying's cultivation base, although it was not accurate enough to determine that Yang Chen had received the flying sword in the mark on his hand, rather than in the Qinkuan bag on his belt. However, the mark on Yang Chen's finger was too special, and Guan Yueying couldn't help but think about it. The Green Jade Immortal Island was a famous sect, and even in the immortal world it had a huge power. Although it was very difficult to transmit news from the upper realm to the lower realm, some key news could still be transmitted. The pattern that appeared vaguely on Yang Chen's hand was one of them. People from the upper realm? Guan Yueying didn't dare to conclude, but when she connected some of Yang Chen's actions, she couldn't help but think about it. If he was not from the upper realm, how could he refine the heaven-seizing pill in the foundation stage? If he was not someone from the upper world, how could he easily restrict her, a peak nascent soul stage ancestor? If he wasn't someone from the upper realm, how could he possess a magical weapon that even original infant stage experts couldn't catch up to? If he was not from the upper realm, how could he have such a murderous intent? The more she thought about it, the more certain Guan Yueying was, but she couldn't believe it at all. To transmit a little information from the upper realm to the lower realm, they had to pay a painful price for a sect like the Green Jade Immortal Island. How difficult would it be to send a person down? Even the Green Jade Immortal Island couldn't do it. Which sect could have such a big hand? Chunyang Palace? Was that even possible? Therefore, Guan Yueying couldn't be sure whether Yang Chen was one of them or not. Regardless of whether it was true or not, there were still many mysteries that could not be explained. The people of Yangqin became more and more mysterious in Guan Yueying's mind. What Guan Yueying couldn't figure out the most was why Yangqin let her go at this time without any restriction. The two were so close to each other. As long as Guan Yueying was willing, she could capture Yangqin at any time. This was always something that Guan Yueying couldn't understand. You must know that Yang Chen was injured and vomited blood under her spiritual awareness attack at the beginning. Wasn't he afraid that Guan Yueying would suddenly turn hostile? You are also an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen seemed to see through Guan Yueying's doubts and smiled slightly. Don't let me feel that the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island speak without sincerity. The more they maintained the reputation of the sect, the more they cared about the reputation of the sect. Obviously, Guan Yueying was such a person. Otherwise, she would not bother to chase after him for a few days and nights, just to let Yangqin kowtow and apologize. The people of my Green Jade Immortal Island will never break their promise. Guan Yueying snorted coldly and said nothing more. She just looked around, but she was shocked to find that she was now on a sailboat sailing on the sea. The mountains don't move. We will see each other later. After discovering this, Guan Yueying didn't have the mood to continue to stay. She cupped her hands at Yangqin, summoned the flying sword, and left. However, even Guan Yueying herself probably didn't realize that she had completely not regarded Yangqin as a junior in the foundation stage. The etiquette and words she used were used when dealing with the same generation. Watching Guan Yueying's figure disappear, Yangqin could only sigh. If he didn't want to kill a person who didn't want to kill himself, he could only win him over or deter him. His identity as a foundation stage disciple of the Chunyang Palace was obviously not enough. He could only use the merit ring to make a little mysterious and intimidating. Fortunately, Yangqin knew that there were people in the upper realm of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and he also passed down some key information to them. As an elder, Guan Yueying was really knowledgeable. She was mysterious and noisy, which saved Yangqin a lot of trouble. It was estimated that for the time being, the Green Jade Immortal Island would not have too big a problem. Yang Chen slowly controlled the shuttle, adjusted the direction, and rushed to the seaside. He still needed to go to the Blue Cloud sect to find Sun Qingxue. Guan Yueying used the flying sword and spent a few days and nights again, and quickly returned to the mountain gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island. After asking carefully about the situation at the time, she finally learned that Yang Chen was negotiating with Shi Shanshan, and Shi Shanshan had returned to the inner island to cultivate at this moment. Guan Yueying immediately rushed to the inner island and directly found Shi Shanshan to ask what happened. Hearing Shi Shanshan calmly say the agreement with Yangqin, Guan Yueying was directly dumbfounded on the spot. This kind of groundless thing. Shi Shanshan actually believed it and also agreed to confront Yangqin and Li Qingqin face to face. Suddenly, Guan Yueying understood why Yangqin was angry at the mountain gate. Such a thing, no matter who it was, their heart would not feel good. While understanding Yangqin, Guan Yueying was also extremely disappointed with the genius disciple of her sect. Shanshan. Guan Yueying's tone became very low, but there was an indescribable taste in her words. Do you think that my Green Jade Immortal Island is already invincible in the world, and everyone has to give us face? No, elder. Shi Shanshan still had the same cold face. Even in the face of the elder of her own sect, it has not changed. Then, do you think that your reputation is enough to make some sects feel awe? Guan Yueying asked again. Yangqin can use your name to make more than a dozen Yuanying stage masters and hundreds of Jidan stage masters in the Chunyang Palace obey him. This disciple doesn't dare. Sure Shanshan's face did not change, and she replied calmly, "Then why do you think that Yang Qin will use your name to act unscrupulously in the Chunying Palace?" And he even succeeded. What Guan Yueying didn't understand was this. Could it be that the genius disciple cultivated by her sect was actually a mediocre person in the ways of the world? Chapter 252. Guan Yueying was really a little angry. If it weren't for Sure Shanshan being so muddle-headed, why would she go out and provoke a mysterious person like Yang Qin? Because the person who said this is Elder Li Junyu's clansman, Taoist Li Qingqin from the Taishanmen. Sure Shanshan continued to answer calmly. So what Elder Li's clansman said must be true. Guan Yueying already didn't know what to say. Everything he said is false. Sure Shanshan directly confused Guan Yueying as soon as she spoke this time. No matter how those people outside seek after me, whether they call me a fairy or a genius, I can't have such influence. Then why did you still let Yang Qin and Li Qingqin confront each other? Guan Yueying immediately realized that Sure Shanshan seemed to have other arrangements for this, so she frowned and asked, "Li Qingqin is Elder Li's clansman, and Elder Li intends to help him. If he comes to pester me, I have no suitable reason to refuse." Sure Shanshan's expression didn't change until now. She still had that kind of calm expression with a little arrogance. If he confronts Yang Qin and is exposed, he won't have the face to pester me in the future. As for Yang Qin, I will apologize to him. In fact, the reason why Li Qingqin hated Yang Qin to the bone was because Sure Shanshan always talked to Li Qingqin about Yang Qin at the right moment when they met and pestered each other. It wasn't that she liked Yang Qin that much, but she just wanted to know the current situation of Yang Qin, the executioner who she gave the body refining pill to. Every time this happened, Li Qingqin always had a smile on his face, but his heart was filled with infinite jealousy and hatred. When he replied to Sure Shanshan, he naturally said that Yang Qin's cultivation level was as low as it could be, and that his character was as bad as it could be. He spared no effort to attack Yang Qin's image, using this to contrast fellow Taoist Li's elegant and outstanding appearance. Sure Shanshan was also very annoyed, but because of her relationship with Li Junyu, she could not lose her temper and could only pretend to be calm. However, Li Qingqin refused to budge. He even tried to rope in the senior and junior sisters around Sure Shanshan and kept putting in good words for him. Sure Shanshan could do nothing about it. In order to eliminate all future troubles, he could only use such a drastic method. Hearing Sure Shanshan's answer, Guan Yueying was speechless for a long time. Li Qingqin was a member of Li Junyu's family. In fact, he was a descendant of the same family. With such a grandmother taking care of him, he could come to the Green Jade Immortal Island anytime and anywhere. Sure Shanshan was cold and charming, and her talent was outstanding. She was an excellent dual cultivation companion in the eyes of some people. In this regard, Li Junyu was of course happy to see her descendants be able to become Tao companions with Sure Shanshan. With Li Junyu's support, Sure Shanshan had no suitable reason and could not get rid of Li Qingqin's entanglement. The open and above-board refusal would definitely annoy Li Junyu. The best way was to let Li Qingqin withdraw himself. The matter of encountering Yang Qin just gave Sure Shanshan a chance to solve it perfectly without damaging the relationship between Sure Shanshan and Li Junyu. The only thing that was a little inappropriate was that this matter involved Yang Qin, an outsider. Qi Yanru was a person who was bribed by Li Qingqin, so she would indiscriminately drive Yang Qin out of the Green Jade Immortal Island. But she was also a good junior sister of Sure Shanshan. Because of Yang Qin, she was punished. Although it was not Yang Qin's fault, Sure Shanshan would also have some resentment after all. After seeing Yang Qin and talking about the business, Sure Shanshan also had a plan in her mind for a while, so there was the previous scene. Before she had seen Yang Qin, Sure Shanshan handled the internal relationship of the sect like this. Guan Yueying would definitely strongly support it. Li Qingqin, you took the initiative to withdraw. Elderly had nothing to say, and everyone would not hurt the harmony. But now that she knew the mystery of Yang Qin, Guan Yueying felt that it seemed that Shi Shanshan had made a bad move. Being used by Shi Shanshan like this, how could it be solved by an apology? Not to mention that Yang Qin had to face Li Qingqin and the Taishaman standing behind Li Qingqin. At the same time, he had to offend Li Junyu of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if she didn't say this, why would she be used by him? Shi Shanshan was really taking it for granted. After saying these concerns, Shi Shanshan was also a little dumbfounded. After a long while, she looked up and said, "It's the disciples' lack of consideration. Now, what's done can't be changed. When the matter is over, the disciple will apologize to fellow Taoist Yang Qin and let him deal with it." What if Yang Qin also wants you to be a Tao companion? Guan Yueying sighed in her heart and asked in a deep voice, "Then aren't you rejecting the tiger at the front door and entering the wolf at the back door?" Shi Shanshan did not consider such a possibility at all. After hearing this, she stood in place. It seemed that she suddenly didn't know what to do. "AI." Guan Yueying sighed again and said, "Even if Yang Qin doesn't make this request, but Shanshan, don't you think it's a bit too selfish for you to do this? For us cultivators, if we want to achieve the great Tao, there are many tribulations. Do you know that these are not your tribulations? Using this method to solve it, after all, it's still inferior." In the eyes of outsiders, Shi Shanshan of the Green Jade Immortal Island was a genius disciple. But in the eyes of Guan Yueying, the elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, she was just a talented junior disciple. Although her cultivation talent was amazing, but her state of mind was always a bit worse. "Elder, what should this disciple do?" Guan Yueying's words also made Shi Shanshan sweat in an instant. Within a few words, she also realized that there was a big problem with her own handling method. If it was only to cause trouble for Yang Qin, it was still a trivial matter. It was a big deal to cancel the face-to-face confrontation and apologize, but the key to the problem was that Shi Shanshan herself had a heart demon because of this matter. If it was not a satisfactory solution, Shi Shanshan would never be able to cross this hurdle. This was not something that could be solved by honing her state of mind in the market. Since she had a relationship with Yang Qin, she could only find relief from Yang Qin. Guan Yueying understood this, but she did not say it to Shi Shanshan. Some things must be realized by herself to be most effective. Since Shi Shanshan had already rushed to the realm of the Jiedon stage with her excellent talent, she would think of this one day. Reminding her at this time was not good. However, Guan Yueying was also a little worried. When she faced Yang Qin, she couldn't figure it out at all. How could Shi Shanshan, who was such an indifferent person, face it at that time? The one who tied the bell must untie it. Guan Yueying just reminded her and said a sentence that was unfathomable. As for how to untie the bell, there was no detailed disclosure. In fact, she didn't know how to solve this situation. She could only take one step at a time. Shi Shanshan's clear eyes seemed to have become a little blurred, and no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Chapter 253. There was no more trouble on the way to Blue Cloud Sect. Yang Qin did not see many people when he flew on his sword. It was not until he flew to the Blue Cloud Sect's sphere of influence that he found several big cities. Blue Cloud Sect was between several big cities, but it was still in the mountains. But in terms of population, Blue Cloud Sect was the largest among the cultivation sections. Yang Qin never thought that the famous dancing snow fairy in the future would be like this when Yang Qin met her for the second time. Her timid appearance was the same as when Yang Qin saw her in the execution field, which made people involuntarily feel a kind of pity. When she saw Yang Qin at the door of the Blue Cloud Sect's reception room, Sun Qingshua's eyes lit up, and she ran over quickly with a look of surprise on her face. "Big brother, it's you?" Originally, Sun Qingxue was still wondering why someone would come to the door when she had no friendship with the people of Chunyang Palace. When she saw Yang Qin, she remembered, "I have been looking for you for a long time, but I haven't found your whereabouts." Over the years, Yang Chen's appearance had not changed much. Sun Qingxue recognized Yang Chen at a glance, who had given her a glimmer of hope in the execution field. That warm feeling had almost penetrated all the days of Sun Qingxue's cultivation. I happened to pass by and came to see you. Yang Chen looked at Sun Qingxue and was also full of joy. Putting aside those utilitarian thoughts, Yang Chen appreciated Sun Qingxue's character of gratitude, especially when the object of gratitude was him. Are you happy in the Blue Cloud sect? Looking at Sun Qingxue happily preparing tea for himself, Yang Chen did not stop her. His eyes were fixed on Sun Qingxue, and he asked casually, hearing that Yang Chen's voice was still as gentle as on the execution field. Sun Qingxue suddenly stopped, then adjusted her emotions, and then walked to Yang Chen with the tea that had been brewed. She handed the teacup to Yang Chen with both hands and smiled. Big brother, drink tea. This big brother was what Sun Qingxue called Yang Chen on the execution field, and had not changed even now. Even though Sun Qingxue had grown up by more than 10 years, she still regarded Yang Chen as the big brother who gave her confidence. Her voice was very pleasant, and it was still full of intimacy, but Yang Chen had already discovered from Sun Qingxue's series of actions that Sun Qingxue seemed to be troubled. Perhaps she was not so happy in the Blue Cloud sect. Big brother, tell me, am I very stupid? With a long sigh, Sun Qingxue slowly sat opposite Yang Chen. She looked at Yang Chen with a face full of grievance and asked slowly, Stupid? Yang Chen was at a loss for a moment. What kind of question is this? He could only say doubtfully, how can that be? But I always feel that I'm very stupid. Sun Qingxue lowered her head slightly, as if she was very embarrassed, and there were even tears in the corners of her eyes. I followed Master to cultivate for more than 10 years, and I barely reached the 9th level of qi refining. I couldn't even rush to the peak of qi refining, let alone the foundation establishment. Big brother, tell me, am I very stupid? Listening to Sun Qingxue's words, Yang Chen almost didn't know what to say. The famous dancing snow fairy of the later generations, the talented genius of cultivation, Sun Qingxue actually questioned whether she was stupid in cultivation, which made Yang Chen completely speechless. Seeing that Yang Chen did not speak, Sun Qingxue's head drooped even lower, and her voice was a little choked. I know I'm very stupid, but at that time, whether it was Sister Shi or Master or Grandmaster, they all said that I had excellent qualifications and was a rare genius in cultivation. I failed them. These words made Yang Chen suddenly understand Sun Qingxue's distress. It turned out that Sun Qingxue actually had troubles in cultivation, and she was so unconfident. Understanding is understanding, but Yang Chen is still puzzled. Sun Qingxue is definitely a genius in cultivation. There is no doubt about this, but it has been 13 or 14 years since she was taken away from the execution ground. It is indeed a little strange that she has only cultivated to the 9th level of qi refining. According to reason, 13 or 14 years of time should have been enough for Sun Qingxue to succeed in the foundation establishment. Why is she still at the high level of qi refining and not even the peak of qi refining? After carefully recalling the memory of his previous life, Yang Chen was sure that there was no problem with his memory. How could Yang Chen remember wrong about Sun Qingxue, such a famous fairy? But how could he explain the current situation? Could it be that there was a deviation in Sun Qingxue's cultivation at the beginning? That shouldn't be. Yang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Yang Chen's voice made Sun Qingxue very surprised. She raised her head and suddenly asked, What shouldn't be? Big brother. Just call me Yang Chen, or Big Brother Yang. Yang Chen stared at Sun Qingxue and first corrected the way she addressed him. Then he set his eyes on Sun Qingxue and began to look her up and down. As he looked her up and down, he said, I mean, your cultivation shouldn't be so slow. Why, Big Brother Yang? Sun Qingxue readily followed his advice and directly changed to Big Brother Yang. Yang Chen's words also gave Sun Qingxue hope again. It was just like when Yang Chen told her that he would not die in the execution ground. It seemed that Sun Qingxue had some blind trust in Yang Chen. You shouldn't be cultivating so slowly. Yang Chen said his own judgment with certainty. Then he stretched out his hand and said, "Come, give me your wrist. I'll check your pulse and see what the problem is." For cultivators, using divine sense to check was far faster and less troublesome than checking the pulse. The effect was also better. However, Sun Qingxue was a girl. Yang Chen could not use divine sense to check Sun Qingxue's body. This was the difference between men and women, and had nothing to do with cultivation. If it was an enemy, Yang Chen would not be so particular. However, Sun Qingxue was a friend, so Yang Chen had to be particular. This was the minimum respect. "Big Brother Yang, do you mean that there's something wrong with my body?" Sun Qingxue did not refuse Yang Chen at all. She directly stretched out her snow-white, jade-like wrist and said, "But Master said that there's nothing wrong with my body." Yang Chen closed his eyes and carefully checked Sun Qingxue's pulse. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with Sun Qingxue's body and she was very healthy. "Did you see anything?" Sun Qingxue was very nervous and asked in a low voice. After hesitating for a while, Yang Chen looked at Sun Qingxue's expectant face and sighed slightly in his heart. Then he said, "I need to thoroughly check your body with spiritual power and divine sense. The premise is that you must let go of your divine sense and not practice. Let my divine sense and spiritual power enter your body." Chapter 254. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Sun Qingxue's face flew into a blush. Completely releasing her spiritual awareness and spiritual power meant that her body would no longer have any reservations in front of Yang Chen. She was a girl, how could she not be shy? Her master and master ancestor had also checked her like this before, but that was an elder, and she was also a woman. Sun Qingxue certainly would not resist. But Yang Chen was a man of the same age. How could this be? In fact, Sun Qingxue still enjoyed privileges in Blue Cloud sect. When she was apprenticed, it was discovered that her wood spirit root was close to the full value. This kind of cultivation talent was simply unique. Blue Cloud sect gave a green light to such a talented disciple. Not only did they directly let a Jian stage master accept her as an inner sect disciple, but they also made great efforts to cultivate Sun Qingxue. Because of this, Sun Qingxue would feel heavy pressure. In 13 or 14 years, her cultivation base was only at the 9th level of the qi refining stage, which was simply not matched with her excellent cultivation talent. The only possible explanation was that although Sun Qingxue's root bone was good, her understanding was very poor, otherwise, she would not just have such a poor performance. Sun Qingxue's hesitation was very normal, otherwise, Yang Chen would not ask such a question. Although Yang Chen had the intention to help Sun Qingxue solve the problem, there were some things that Yang Chen could not ignore. Once it was not done well, it would not be a matter between Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue, but between Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect. The previous matter of the Green Jade Immortal Island had already reminded Yang Chen. Little Shui, this friend from Chunyang Palace, is kind, but he has just reached the foundation stage not long ago, so don't bother him. Sun Qingxue has not yet made a decision, and a calm voice has come from outside the door. "Master." Sun Qingxue's body shook, as if she hadn't expected to hear her master's voice here. With Sun Qingxue's greeting, a beautiful woman wearing a palace dress slowly walked in from the door. She looked only about 24 or 25 years old. She was dignified and gorgeous, and her body also faintly exuded a silent power. After entering the door and glancing at Sun Qingxue, her eyes began to sweep over Yang Chen's body. "Greetings, senior." Sun Qingxue's master, Yang Chen, also treated him with respect. He bowed respectfully according to the etiquette of elders. Zhou Sulan was very satisfied with Yang Chen's etiquette. Yang Chen was an old friend of Sun Qingxue and was also a friend. She regarded Yang Chen in a different light. Sun Qingxue was Zhou Sulan's disciple. Zhou Sulan was very clear about the pressure Sun Qingxue was facing now. But no matter how Zhou Sulan checked, it seemed that there was no problem with Sun Qingxue. The only possibility was that Sun Qingxue's power of understanding was insufficient. Originally, Zhou Sulan did not intend to show up. She had always loved Sun Qingxue. After getting along with Sun Qingxue for more than 10 years, Zhou Sulan also regarded Sun Qingxue as her own child. But when she heard that Yang Chen wanted to check Sun Qingxue like this, she was afraid that Sun Qingxue would be disappointed again and immediately stopped him. It was a small matter that there was no result. If this check made Sun Qingxue worry about other things, it would not be worth it. I have checked Xiao Shue's body many times. There is no problem. Zhou Sulan faced Yang Chen and did not put on the airs of an elder. Instead, she directly sat down on Sun Qingxue's seat and gently pulled Sun Qingxue to her side. Sun Qingxue directly leaned on Zhou Sulan. It could be seen that Zhou Sulan treated her very well. She also liked to lean on her master like this. There must be a problem, senior. Yang Chen knew that Zhou Sulan was afraid that his actions would cause more trouble for Sun Qingxue. He lightly sighed and said, Xiao Shui is Junior's little sister. Please allow Junior to be a little presumptuous. Maybe it can solve the problem. Elder Wu Xiong's heaven-seizing pill, was it refined by you? Zhou Sulan did not directly answer Yang Chen. Instead, she asked a question that she did not want to do. Junior only participated. The refinement was done by someone else. In front of outsiders, Yang Chen naturally would not tell the truth. But it seemed that Zhou Sulan did not think so. After pondering for a while, Zhou Sulan turned to Sun Qingxue and asked, Xiao Shui, do you believe in fellow Taoist Yang? I believe in Big Brother Yang. Sun Qingxue had a very indescribable trust in Yang Chen. Hearing her master's question, she slightly bit her lips and nodded. Fine, you help Xiao Shui take a look. Perhaps it was Sun Qingxue's trust, or perhaps it was Yang Chen's reputation for refining the heaven-seizing pill that made Zhou Sulan no longer insist. In fact, she also hoped that Sun Qingxue could get rid of her current troubles. In the next few years, Sun Qingxue had to face a lot of rumors. Releasing her spiritual awareness, releasing her spiritual power, allowing Yang Chen's spiritual awareness and spiritual power to enter her body. Even if Sun Qingxue knew that he was diagnosing her body, she was still embarrassed by the special feeling and blushed. This was more thorough than letting Yang Chen see her whole body from top to bottom. Ordinary cultivators, even if they wanted to explore others, if the other party was still conscious, as long as they resisted, it was impossible to do it so thoroughly, unless the other party was willing, just like Yang Chen's situation. It was just that, after all, Sun Qingxue was still a shy woman. Even if she knew that Yang Chen was doing this for her, she still couldn't help but feel shy. Yang Chen did not pay attention to Sun Qingxue's expression at the moment. He had been wholeheartedly immersed in the examination of Sun Qingxue's body. From the top to the bottom, a corner was not missed, and the examination was exceptionally thorough. A cultivation genius would actually think that she was stupid. There must be a problem. What made Yang Chen puzzled was that he did not find any problems with Sun Qingxue's body. This point must have been checked by Sun Qingxue's master ancestor. With Yang Chen's inspection, there would be no mistake. Poor understanding, that was nonsense. Otherwise, there would be no previous life's dancing snow fairy. However, Sun Qingxue in his previous life was indeed not famous at the beginning. Until the outbreak of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art, it suddenly rose. Was it really because of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art? After her cultivation was abolished, she suddenly became amazing? Was there any problem in this? Yang Qin seemed to think of something and suddenly grabbed Sun Qingshue's hand. You give me your spiritual power, let me see. Sun Qingxue did not hesitate to pass over a trace of spiritual power. Yang Qin soon found that although the spiritual power of Sun Qingxue was obviously of the wood attribute, it turned out to be both wood and wood. How many cultivation methods have you laid the foundation for? Yang Qin grasped something and asked again. He only asked about a few cultivation methods, not which kind of cultivation method, and would never violate the taboo. 1. Sun Qingxue glanced at her master and replied, Master said that it's not good to bite off more than one can chew, so I only cultivated one. Who taught this cultivation method? Yang Chen's eyes turned directly to Zhou Sulan. He has now determined that the problem is in this cultivation method. Chapter 255. It's me. Zhou Sulan was stunned. She did not expect Yang Qin to question this cultivation method. However, it was about her beloved disciple. At this time, she did not pursue the impoliteness of Yang Chen's words. She frowned and asked, Why? Is there a problem with this cultivation method? First wood is first wood. Second wood is second wood. Senior, didn't you teach little Shui not to bite off more than she can chew, and not to let her practice other cultivation methods? Why did you choose a foundation cultivation method of first wood and second wood for her? Yang Qin turned around and looked at Zhou Sulan and asked with dissatisfaction, First wood and second wood? How is this possible? Zhou Sulan was shocked. This is clearly a first wood cultivation method. Is it? Yang Qin stared at Zhou Sulan, very suspicious. She even suspected that Zhou Sulan was intentional, deliberately using this cultivation method to destroy Sun Qingxue, or she simply did not understand it. But was this possible? A Jiran stage master did not know the difference between first with spirit power and second with spirit power? Little Shui, give me your spirit power. Yang Chen's gaze made Zhou Sulan very hurt. She could not tolerate a junior who had just reached the foundation stage, doubting her cultivation and knowledge. However, this also reminded her that it seemed that, in addition to checking Sun Qingshue's body, she had not checked her spirit power and cultivation method. For her, how could there be a problem with the cultivation method of her sect? Sun Qingxue held Zhou Sulan's hand and began to slowly pass her spirit power. After a while, Zhou Sulan's face became pale. As Yang Qin expected, she was a wood attribute Jiran stage master, and the first with spirit power and second with spirit power could still be distinguished. In Sun Qingshue's spirit power, the first wood and second wood were mixed, which could not be faked. As a new disciple, it was understandable that Sun Qingxue couldn't tell these things apart. She had only practiced one skill before, and after practicing it, she found that there were problems with it. When she asked her master for advice, her master and the people in the sect questioned her ability to understand. Because of this, she felt a strong psychological pressure, and that was why she had no confidence in herself now. However, Zhou Sulan had taught her disciple for more than 10 years, yet even her disciple's cultivation technique had a problem. Furthermore, it was discovered by an outsider foundation establishment stage junior. This was simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Senior, did you personally choose this cultivation method? Yang Qin did not let go of this opportunity and directly began to question Zhou Sulan. Sun Qingxue had nothing to do with him in her previous life, but since they had crossed paths in this life, he naturally wanted to give her a better future. It was personally chosen by Martial Uncle Wan. He said that Xiao Shui is suitable for this cultivation technique. Zhou Sulan had been shocked by the discovery of Sun Qingxue at the moment. She did not realize that she had been thinking along with Yang Chen's thoughts, and even answered Yang Chen's questions without thinking. Whether there is a problem with the cultivation method, just let Xiao Shui recite it and give it to the seniors to check. Yang Chen smiled and seemed to ease the atmosphere, but he immediately asked, "This martial Uncle Wan, does he also have a few close disciples and grand disciples? And their qualifications are also good, and they are quite valued in the sect." Martial Uncle Wan's grand disciple Zhu Yanchun reached the foundation establishment stage 5 years ago. She is the best among the disciples of the same year. She is the first master among her batch of disciples. Zhou Sulan followed Yang Chen's thoughts and quickly replied. After saying this, Zhou Sulan suddenly thought of something. Her eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. She stared at Yang Chen, as if she had seen a ghost, and stammered, "You!" "I didn't say anything. It's just that I have seen this kind of thing too many times." Yang Chen shook his head lightly. No wonder in his previous life, Sun Qingshue's cultivation only erupted after being crippled. So this was the reason. In a big sect, it was just like a big family. There was no lack of such things. Even for cultivators, it was the same. But martial Uncle Wan, Zhou Sulan only said these few words, and then she could not continue. She was not a fool. How could she not understand the relationship between this? It was just that, in order to let his grand disciple stand up, martial Uncle Wan wanted to destroy a genius like Sun Qingxue. This matter was really too unacceptable. "I think, Senior, it is better to talk to your sect master about this matter as soon as possible. With Senior status, it is estimated that you cannot solve it." Yang Chen smiled faintly and reminded Zhou Sulan. At this moment, Zhou Sulan was a little out of her wits. She almost believed whatever Yang Chen said. After all, if this matter were to be spread, it would be too shocking, and she could only ask the sect master for instructions. What should I do? Sun Qingxue also seemed to understand a lot, looking at her master and Yang Chen, and asked in a low voice, "Abolish your cultivation. Change to a correct cultivation method, and start over again." Yang Chen finally understood why Sun Qingxue began to burst out the name of genius after her cultivation was abolished by Lin Changhe. It turned out that it was because the spiritual power of her previous cultivation was mixed and impure. As soon as Yang Chen's words came out, Zhou Sulan and Sun Qingxue were stunned. Sun Qingxue knew that she was in trouble, but she did not expect that the trouble was so big that she had to abolish all her cultivation and start over again. Zhou Sulan was going to refute it, but when she opened her mouth, she found that she didn't know what to say. Sun Qingxue's current spiritual power is mixed and impure, which can't be adjusted by cultivation. It's just that it's a pity that more than 10 years of cultivation is abolished like this. Both of them have some inadequacies. Originally, Sun Qingxue found the reason and was very happy. Suddenly hearing this news, the master and the apprentice seemed to have no backbone. Yang Chen did not think about how to keep Sun Qingxue's cultivation base. He had begun to think about how to make Sun Qingxue's cultivation base not seriously damaged after it was abolished. It must be known that in the previous life, it was because of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art that caused Sun Qingxue to hurt her origin, which led to the final Snow Dance Fairy's cultivation base was not as high as Cold Plum Fairy's. In this life, Yang Chen would never let this happen again. This was the original intention of Yang Chen's visit this time. Originally, he intended to advise Sun Qingxue not to easily learn the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art. Since the root cause was found, of course, he did not have to worry about the following things. After thinking about it, Yang Chen had only one way, which was to use the 7th metal and 7th metal spiritual power to consume all of Sun Qingxue's impure spiritual power and then damage her meridians at the moment so that she could not recover with the original cultivation method. Naturally, this had to be paid attention to a point of perfection. Destruction was destruction, but it could not damage Sun Qingxue's origin. This required a master to make a move. But Yang Chen believed that the Blue Cloud sect was a big force. There should be no one who could make a move. Little Shui, listen to your master's arrangement. If you still have troubles in recultivating, I have prepared something for you." With that, Yang Qin took out the 3 Revolutions Foundation Establishment Pill containing the aura of Penglai Divine Wood from the Merit Ring and sent it to Sun Qingxue. Chapter 256. What is this? Sun Qingxue, obviously, did not have the insight and eyesight of the master of Chunying Palace. She knew that this was a very high-level medicinal pill, but she was not sure what kind of medicinal pill it was. 3rd Revolution Wood Foundation-building pill. Yang Chen replied confidently, "As long as you reach the peak of qi refining, it will be able to let you build the foundation." When Yang Chen took it out, Zhou Sulan's eyes widened. But because of the strong first wood attribute of the ammunition dealer, she was not sure. Hearing Yang Chen's affirmative words, she was surprised and overjoyed at the same time. With this thing, Xiaoxue doesn't have to abolish her cultivation. Zhou Sulan suddenly felt relieved. Since she could guarantee the foundation building, why should she abolish her cultivation that she had worked hard for more than 10 years? Sun Qingxue heard other meanings from Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen expressed it very clearly. If there was trouble in recultivating, it meant that her cultivation must be abolished. This was completely different from Zhou Sulan's surprise. Sun Qingxue looked at Yang Chen and then at Zhou Sulan. She really didn't know how to decide. On one side was her master, and on the other side was her big brother, who had once given her hope, and this time he found the problem of her cultivation. Sun Qingxue could feel that both of them were for her own good, but there was obviously a difference. Listening to Zhou Sulan's words, Yang Chen sighed secretly in his heart. Such a lack of foresight. Sun Qingxue's master's level was really ordinary. No wonder she couldn't find the reason for being schemed against for more than 10 years. And it also made Sun Qingxue so troubled. It was not unrelated to her master. Whether to abolish her cultivation or not, you should ask the elders of your sect. Yang Chen didn't want to quarrel with Zhou Sulan on this issue, so he could only push it to the elders. Of course, Sun Qingxue's own wishes also had to be considered. In addition, let's see what Xiaoxue thinks. Zhou Sulan was a person without her own opinions. Hearing Yang Chen's words, she naturally had no objection. With the elders' decision, she didn't have to worry. Just as she was about to leave with Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen smiled at her. "Senior, I haven't seen Xiaoxue for many years, and I still want to talk more, you see. It's me who forgot myself." Zhou Sulan smiled a little awkwardly. Yang Chenlai didn't say a few words to Sun Qingxue, and she followed in. It was true that she cared about her apprentice, but it was also a bit too strict. Zhou Sulan smiled a little awkwardly. She followed Yang Chen in before he could say a few words to Sun Qingxue. She really cared about her disciple, but she was a little too strict. As soon as he said this, Sun Qingxue turned to look at Yang Chen and didn't refute. She just lowered her head and said, "Xiaoxue, don't blame me for talking too much. Your master is mediocre and has limited skills. There's no need to delay you." As soon as these words came out, Sun Qingxue turned to look at Yang Chen and didn't refute. She just lowered her head and said, "Master is very good to me. Your vision is too low. Although you have abolished more than 10 years of cultivation, it can be exchanged for thousands of years of future. You can't even see through this, only seeing more than 10 years of hard work. You can't even see that someone schemed against you. I'm very worried." Yang Chen pulled Sun Qingxue back to the guest room and sat down together. "If you're not happy, I'll give you some advice." "Master is very good to me," Sun Qingxue repeated again. It seemed that Zhou Sulan took good care of Sun Qingxue, her disciple, in addition to her lack of skills. Otherwise, Sun Qingxue wouldn't have said that. "Then you have to be more careful in the future." Yang Chen didn't say anything more. He just said, "You are also from an official family, so it's not like you haven't seen the intrigue in the family. Cultivation is actually no different from the secular world. If you stand out, others will be overshadowed. If you don't want to be buried, you can only compete with others. There will be competition between sects, and there will also be competition within the sect. You have to be careful. Sun Qingxue looked at Yang Chen's figure and nodded heavily. At this moment, she could completely feel the kind of care that Yang Chen had for her. If the foundation is not good, then everything else will be useless. Yang Chen continued to persuade. There is no way to purify the impure spiritual power unless you start over again. Don't be distressed about more than 10 years of cultivation. You have to give up what you should give up. Cultivators must understand what they want and have a long-term vision. Nodding again, Sun Qingxue had made up her mind. No matter how her master insisted, she would abolish her current cultivation and start over again. Yang Chen would not come all the way to harm her. She knew this best. Don't let others' views affect your confidence in yourself. Yang Chen faced Sun Qingxue very formally, stared into her eyes, and seriously said, "You are a cultivation genius. Even if the almighty immortals come, they can't deny it. You have to keep this in mind." Yang Chen's words were not empty words. In his previous life, there were more than 1 or 2 almighty immortals who died in the hands of Sun Qingxue. This was an ironclad fact. He said this just to make Sun Qingxue more confident and not be affected by temporary troubles. Can I really do it? Sun Qingxue still had some psychological barriers in the Blue Cloud sect. It might be because she had been ridiculed by others for too long that she unconsciously had a little lack of confidence. Believe me, as long as you are willing, no one can surpass you in the wood attribute cultivation. Yang Chen nodded heavily. You can definitely do it. Big brother, can I believe you? Sun Qingxue suddenly seemed to become the timid little girl in the execution ground, and her eyes were a little blurred. Have I ever lied to you? Yang Chen asked with a smile. No, Sun Qingxue said, but she lowered her head. Obviously, she still couldn't fully accept Yang Chen's words. This made Yang Chen very frustrated. If Sun Qingxue didn't have confidence, it would be a huge obstacle to her cultivation. What was the heart demon? This was the heart demon. Tell me, little Shui, what do you want to believe that you are not more stupid than them? Yang Chen also knew the root cause, but to be honest, this was the first time he did this kind of thing to enlighten people. He didn't know how to do it, so he could only use the most direct method. You are a fire spirit root. If you can also cultivate the wood attribute spiritual power, I will believe you. Sun Qingxue didn't know if it was true or intentional, but she directly made a seemingly impossible request. Are you sure you want to prove that you are not stupid? Let a person with a fire spirit root practice the wood attribute cultivation method successfully to set off the genius of your wood spirit root? Yang Chen simply didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked directly, "Didn't you say you want me to believe you? As long as you can do it, I will completely believe you. Big brother." Sun Qingxue nodded without hesitation, as if she had found a way. Chapter 257. Releasing the wood attribute spirit power was easy for Yang Chen, but Yang Chen did not do so. Now Sun Qingxue was not confident enough. She was a person with a wood spirit root that was close to the full value. If she really saw a person with a fire spirit root who had a wood attribute spirit power foundation stage, maybe her poor confidence would be more fatally hit. Give me a reason. Yang Chen shook his head and looked directly at Sun Qingxue. Yang Chen's gaze made Sun Qingxue lower her head. It seemed that she did not dare to look at Yang Chen. Just as Yang Chen sighed, Sun Qingxue raised her head again, looked at Yang Chen, and said seriously, "Big brother, in fact, you are right. My master's vision is indeed too low. Except for being good to me, there is almost no other advantage." As long as Sun Qingxue spoke, Yang Chen could accept it. Now it sounded like Sun Qingxue seemed to be very clear about the current situation, which made Yang Chen very satisfied. If Master goes to find someone to reason with, she will definitely return empty-handed. Sun Qingxue shook her head slowly, and her mood was low. With this thing, I don't know if I can start over after my cultivation base is abolished. Maybe my life will not be guaranteed. I need a miracle to happen to give me confidence. As long as you need it, any miracle can happen. Yang Qin understood the meaning of Sun Qingxue. What she wanted now was not confidence in cultivation, but confidence that would allow her to go on in her future life. An aura full of the smell of vigorous growth rose from the hands of Yang Qin. Sun Qingxue on the opposite side, almost at the moment when Yang Qin moved, felt this pure first wood aura. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and look at Yang Qin incredulously. Take a closer look. This is the pure first wood aura. Yang Qin directly took Sun Qingxue's little hand and passed the first wood spirit power over, so that Sun Qingxue could feel it carefully. Sun Qingxue was still immersed in the shock that Yang Qin, a fire cultivator, could release such a pure would attribute spirit power. Yang Qin took her hand, but she did not respond. She stared at Yang Qin as if she was looking at a ghost. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she couldn't believe what she saw and felt. Yang Qin's output of spiritual power shook slightly, and Sun Qingxue woke up from the state of shock. The first thing Sun Qingxue did when she woke up was to stretch out the hand that was not caught by Yang Qin and covered her mouth in surprise. "How did you do it?" Sun Qingxue was now not only surprised but horrified. Yang Qin was a fire spirit root. A guy with a fire spirit root suddenly had such a pure would attribute spirit power. It was even purer than her, a pure wood cultivator. How could she not be shocked? "Just for the miracle you need." Yang Qin smiled and continued to appease her. "Take a closer look. The pure first with spirit power." This time, Sun Qingxue was finally not so shocked and began to feel it slowly. In fact, Zhou Sulan could also let Sun Qingxue feel the first with spirit power, but Yang Qin's was different. It was the first with spirit power with the aura of the Penglai divine wood. Compared with the ordinary first with spirit power, it was at least stronger. Let Sun Qingxue feel it. It was absolutely good for her future cultivation. It turns out that this is the pure first with spirit power. After Sun Qingxue felt it carefully for a long time, she murmured a sentence. Compared with her current impure spirit power, Yang Qin's spirit power was much stronger. Don't be depressed when you abolish your current cultivation base and start over again. Take the 3rd grade would attribute foundation building pill. You will also have the same pure spirit power. Yang Qin comforted her. He had already seen that Sun Qingxue seemed to have come out of the depression just now. It seemed that his hand had indeed given her great encouragement. Speaking of it, Sun Qingxue seemed to have a clear understanding of her current situation, but she suffered from her master's lack of strength and was unable to change anything. It was estimated that if he didn't come over, she wouldn't even know that there was a problem with her cultivation method. This was good. At least she knew where the problem was, and she could find a way to solve it. It was better than always wondering about being calculated and not knowing how to be calculated. This is the 2nd with spirit power. You can also feel it, but it is not as strong as the 1st with spirit power. Yang Qin knew his own things. The 1st with spirit power had been refined by the Penglai divine wood, but the 2nd with spirit power was very ordinary. Maybe it was even worse than Zhou Sulan's. But Sun Qingxue was very grateful. At least Zhou Sulan had never taught her like this. She carefully and even a little greedily felt the spirit power of Yang Qin, and her beautiful eyes were closed, very serious. Sun Qingxue was a character that Yang Qin must vigorously win over and even vigorously cultivate. Now, in such a state, Yang Qin could not rest assured. However, when Yang Qin said that his 2nd with spirit power was poor, a thought suddenly came to his mind. "Have you ever thought about changing a master?" Yang Qin suddenly asked. "Change a master?" Sun Qingxue opened her eyes and was stunned. She had been shocked by Yang Qin's 1st wood and 2nd with spirit power. Every word that Yang Qin said, she felt a little like an imperial edict. Suddenly asking her about changing a master made Sun Qingxue very surprised. How is it possible? Even a person with a fire spirit root can cultivate the wood attribute spirit power. Why is it impossible for you to change a master? Yang Chen was using Sun Qingxue's truth to refute Sun Qingxue's doubts. Since even the most impossible had happened, what else couldn't happen? Sun Qingxue was stunned again, and her face suddenly burst into a smile. This was the kind of smile that came from the heart after the pressure was released. Yang Chen had already let her see an impossible miracle. It seemed that whatever he said was possible. You are right. Your master will definitely return without success. Yang Chen smiled and said, Her temper is so weak. You will still be bullied in the future. You can only stand firm if you change a stronger master. Don't worry, I will take care of this. By the way, I can solve the problem of my second with spirit power. Yang Chen's words at the beginning sounded normal, but later it became incomprehensible. Sun Qingxue was very puzzled. What did she change her master have to do with Yang Chen's second with spirit power? However, with Sun Qingxue's doubts, Yang Chen no longer explained it, and just let her feel at ease. But Yang Chen still remembered his main purpose. In the future, if you encounter any quick cultivation method that is suitable for all attributes, don't go and cultivate it indiscriminately. Don't damage the source. After saying this, Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved. With Sun Qingxue's current shrewdness, could it be that she deliberately cultivated that cultivation method in her previous life? But now it could no longer be verified. I know, big brother. Sun Qingxue promised, like a docile little wife. Chapter 258. There's nothing wrong with that cultivation method. Zhou Sulan was originally angry, but now she came back with a face full of dirt. Facing Yang Chen, she didn't have a good attitude. You made me become the villain who accuses others for no reason. Looking at her situation, she had been persuaded by others, and she began to blame Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen instead. Maybe she really loved Sun Qingxue, and most of the blame was directed at Yang Chen. So easily changed her insistence. It would be strange if such a master could teach Sun Qingxue well. Even a genius would be taught into a mediocre person by this mediocre person. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen's idea of changing Sun Qingxue's master grew stronger. If it weren't for the greater difficulty of leaving Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen even wanted to abduct Sun Qingxue to Chunyang Palace to take care of her. Unfortunately, Sun Qingxue had been apprenticed for more than 10 years, and it was impossible for her to quit. In this way, Yang Chen was even more dissatisfied with Shi Shanshan. She actually pushed Sun Qingxue into such a pit of fire. Although Sun Qingxue was in Blue Cloud sect in the previous life, the tragedy still happened, and it seemed that nothing had changed. Junior's cultivation is limited, and I'm short-sighted. Mistakes are inevitable. Yang Chen apologized very humbly. Next, he still needed Zhou Sulan to act as a middleman, so he had to let Zhou Sulan calm down. Zhou Sulan was in a bad mood, but Yang Chen admitted that he was short-sighted, so she couldn't get angry. Yang Chen was a guest from afar. She couldn't say that she, a Jindan master, didn't have this little bit of breadth of mind. Moreover, there was indeed a problem with Sun Qingxue's spiritual power. Yang Chen said that it was a problem with cultivation, which was not wrong at all. Forget it, forget it. Zhou Sulan helplessly shook her hand. Xiao Shue's comprehension is not good enough. She can even cultivate the most basic cultivation method wrongly. Sigh. Senior, I came to Blue Cloud sect this time not only to see Xiao Shue, but also to ask for another favor. Hearing that Zhou Sulan had once again attributed the problem to Sun Qingxue's lack of understanding, Yang Chen no longer wanted to say anything more to her. He just mentioned another purpose that he had just thought of. What else do you want to do? Zhou Sulan frowned. Yang Chen himself had said that it was a presumptuous request, but he still had the nerve to ask. I would like to have a look at the library of the Blue Cloud sect. Yang Chen smiled and stated his request. Of course, Senior, please don't misunderstand. I don't want anything related to the cultivation of the Blue Cloud sect. I only want those miscellaneous books. I want to gain some experience. Yang Chen's reputation of reading all the books in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa had already spread everywhere along with the reputation of the heaven-seizing pill. This request was in line with Yang Chen's usual behavior. However, this request was not supported by Zhou Sulan. Yang Chen had caused her to lose face in front of her master and the sect master. If it was not for the sake of her beloved Sun Qingxue, she would not even want to see Yang Chen again. Why should I let you look at the library of the Blue Cloud sect? Although Yang Chen's request was in line with Yang Chen's character, it was not in line with the interests of the Blue Cloud sect. Even if the book Yang Chen wanted to look at had nothing to do with the cultivation of the Blue Cloud sect. I am willing to pay a sufficient price, Yang Chen said very sincerely. I will use something that the Blue Cloud sect needs in exchange. You are just a little foundation stage junior. What can you come up with to make my Blue Cloud sect look at it? Zhou Sulan was dismissive of this. The Blue Cloud sect had thousands of masters in the Jiran stage. Why would they care about the things of a little foundation stage junior? Yang Chen really didn't know how long his face was. This younger generation junior happens to know a way to deal with the blood demon vine. I don't know if this method can be exchanged for the qualifications of this younger generation junior to read 10,000 books. Yang Chen turned a blind eye to Zhou Sulan's face, just said with a smile, and at the same time gave Sun Qingxue a reassuring look. Blood demon vine? Zhou Sulan's whole body was shocked, and she almost screamed. Fortunately, she was also a Jiran stage master and controlled her emotions in time. But at the moment when Yang Chen just said it, she almost jumped up. Do you know the way to deal with the blood demon vine? Zhou Sulan couldn't help but be shocked. Hua Wanting, a peak Yuaning stage elder of the Blue Cloud sect, was suffering from the blood demon vine at the moment. This situation has been going on for many years. Originally, Hua Wanting was the most promising elder to be promoted to the Deshang stage in the past 100 years, but after an injury and being entangled by the blood demon vine, she has been sleeping and could not be woken up. If Yang Chen really knew the way to deal with the blood demon vine, it would simply be giving charcoal in the snow to the Blue Cloud sect. Hua Wanting's matter, Yang Chen originally did not intend to mention it so early. Don't look at Hua Wanting being deeply troubled by the blood demon vine, but in the continuous struggle with the blood demon vine for hundreds of years, Hua Wanting's cultivation base was also madly tempered and improved. In his previous life, Hua Wanting relied on her own cultivation base to break free from the blood demon vine, and after breaking free, she directly entered the Deshang stage. This thing should have happened 20 years later. According to Yang Chen's plan, it would take at least 10 to 15 years to rescue Hua Wanting, and he could completely fall into the favor of a master of the Deshang stage. But now that it was so long in advance, Yang Chen was not sure if Hua Wanting could still reach the Deshang stage. However, because of Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen decided to rescue Hua Wanting in advance. Although people could break free without relying on his rescue, how could Yang Chen easily let go of such a costly favor? Perhaps there was heaven's will in the dark. If he rescued people 10 or 15 years later, people would say that he had ruined the good things of others, but now he rescued them. Maybe it was just right. Sun Qingxue didn't know what happened at all. She just listened to Yang Chen casually talking about the blood demon vine. Zhou Sulan's performance made her very puzzled, but no one explained it to her. Zhou Sulan didn't care to explain to her apprentice. She took a step forward and stared at Yang Chen and said, "Is what you said true or false?" Does Senior think that this younger generation junior is joking about this kind of thing? Yang Chen asked. It was related to an elder of the Blue Cloud sect. Who would dare to joke about this kind of thing? Not to mention Yang Qin. Even the head of the palace of Chunying Palace was estimated to not dare to say this casually. So many masters don't know. How can you, a junior in the foundation stage, know? Zhou Sulan still had some doubts. Blue Cloud sect had no way to solve it. Suddenly a junior in the foundation stage said that he could solve it. How could people not doubt it? When refining the heaven-seizing pill, no one believed that we could finally refine it. Yang Chen smiled, and this smile seemed a bit unfathomable. This younger generation junior has already said that this younger generation junior likes to read some miscellaneous books. After reading a lot, I occasionally know some things that others don't know. It is very normal. Chapter 259. Taking the heaven-seizing pill to talk about things was simply the best reason to refute. In particular, Yang Chen's reputation for reading all the books was equally famous, but it also saved him a lot of trouble to explain. Do you really know the way to deal with the blood demon vine? After the problem of Sun Qingshue's cultivation method not long ago, Zhou Sulan was also much more cautious and confirmed again. I came here this time for the book collection. I didn't know about Little Shui before. Although there was no direct answer, Yang Qin let Zhou Sulan understand that he was very cautious and very serious. Zhou Sulan had an idea in her heart, specifically for the book collection. Then there would be no big problem. Sun Qingshue's matter was indeed an accident. Yang Qin has never been to the Blue Cloud sect. It was the first time he came, and it was impossible to know the situation before Sun Qingxue. However, although Zhou Sulan was relieved, she only intended to report Yang Chen's affairs. The specific decision had to be made by the Blue Cloud sect's senior management. She was just a small Jedon stage master, and she could not make the decision of a peak Yuanying stage elder. Soon, Yang Chen was taken to the Blue Cloud sect's conference hall, facing the Blue Cloud sect's master and several elders. After the etiquette of the younger generation, Yang Chen once again proposed his intention to solve the blood demon vine in exchange for 10,000 copies of Blue Cloud sect's miscellaneous books unrelated to cultivation. It was related to the life and death of an elder. Even the Blue Cloud sect's master did not dare to be careless. Even if Yang Chen talked about it again, he had to be checked and asked clearly. This technique, at present, only this younger generation junior knows it. Yang Chen bit the bullet and didn't say it. What a joke. Say it first. Is there anything else? Then how do you prove that you can really deal with the blood demon vine? The Blue Cloud sect's master's face was not good. A little foundation stage junior dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. If she didn't want Yang Chen's technique, she would have already taught this arrogant guy a lesson. Of course, he could only ask others to do it. This junior was not qualified for him to do it himself. I can test it on the blood demon vine entangling Senior Hua, but I won't touch Elder Hua. Yang Chen knew that if he didn't come up with something real, others would not believe it. Using this method would not increase the damage to Hua Wanting, and it could also prove his means. Sure enough, after Yang Chen mentioned this method, the Blue Cloud sect master also pondered and began to communicate with the few elders through their eyes. The few elders were present the entire time, listening to Yang Chen's suggestion. It seemed to be a reliable and feasible method of experimentation. All of them nodded their heads silently at the sect master. You only want the 10,000 books. The sect master stared at Yang Chen's eyes, as though he wanted to see something from Yang Chen's reply. Sect master, don't underestimate these 10,000 scrolls. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Perhaps in the eyes of the predecessors, these miscellaneous books are useless. But in the eyes of this younger generation junior, it is the best way to broaden my horizons. When I was refining the heaven-seizing pill last time, I got the inspiration from the miscellaneous books collected by my master. This time, the method to deal with the blood demon vine was also occasionally learned from a miscellaneous book. What else do you want? Although Yang Qin has indirectly expressed his requirements, the sect master still did not believe it. The life of a peak Yuanying stage master was infinitely close to the Deshang stage. Just asking for such a simple thing? If the predecessor really feels sorry, can you give this younger generation junior the qualification to participate in the Blue Cloud sect auction? Yang Chen was not polite at all. Since the other party felt that it was too little, Yang Chen did not mind asking for more things. However, the things he wanted seemed to have nothing to do with changing the master of Sun Qingxue. Sun Qingxue was really a girl with the experience of living in a big family. She was calm about this. From the beginning, when she accompanied Yang Chen to come here, she seemed to only treat Yang Chen as an acquaintance, and she did not say a word. Since you can find a way from the miscellaneous books, my Blue Cloud sect has tens of thousands of disciples. You can definitely find a way. The sect master did not speak again, but an elder behind him suddenly spoke, and his tone was very impolite. So, this younger generation junior is impulsive. Goodbye. Yang Chen apologized with a smile, then got up and said goodbye, turned around and left without any hesitation. If a way could be found, it would have been found decades ago. Why would it drag on until now? When Yang Chen turned around, it made the elder of the Blue Cloud sect stay in place. No one thought that Yang Chen would leave just like that. He did not even say a word, and did not even give an explanation. How could this be? Originally, the elder and the sect master planned to play the bad cop and the good cop, and extort Yang Chen to know the method first. If they did not succeed, the sect master was fine with it, but the elder was a little unhappy with Yang Chen, and wanted to bargain again. He wanted to suppress Yang Chen's arrogance, and let him know that it could be done without him. But who knew that Yang Chen did not take the bait? Yang Chen turned around and left, which seemed to surprise the few higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. Although he wanted to know the method to the death, as a prestigious sect, it was not good for him to do anything to a junior who had come to visit, especially since this junior was someone that Elder Wu Xiong valued, and Wu Xiong had not yet ascended to immortality. The sect master hurriedly gave Zhou Sulan a look. At this time, only Zhou Sulan and Sun Qingxue could come forward and stop Yang Chen. If others did so, they would lose face. Fellow Yang, wait. When Yang Chen was about to leave the door, Zhou Sulan hurriedly stopped him, and at the same time signaled Sun Qingxue to go forward and stop Yang Chen. Big Brother Yang, the elder, did not mean that. Don't misunderstand. Sun Qingxue also behaved obediently in front of the sect master and the elders, and at the same time acted a little coquettishly, which made Yang Chen let his guard down. She is just worried about Elder Hua. Yang Chen, speaking of which, Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect are also close friends. If you have anything to say, you can say it openly. You don't have to leave because of a disagreement. The sect master of Blue Cloud sect never thought that one day he would be so kind to a junior in the foundation establishment stage. This was the first time he faced Yang Chen. The elder who had just spoken had already retreated behind the sect master. She did not say anything and lowered her head slightly, but in her inadvertently flashed eyes there was a trace of dissatisfaction. Since you have found a way, we don't have to waste our energy. The smile on the sect master's face was indescribably sincere. Just as you said, if you can solve the blood demon vine, 10,000 books and the qualification to the auction. Senior, please forgive this junior for being presumptuous. The smile on Yang Chen's face was even happier than that of the sect master of Blue Cloud sect. That was the condition just now. Now, I want 20,000 books and the qualification to the auction. Chapter 260. Yang Chen, with a smile on his face at the moment, was a cunning profiteer, and it was still the kind of profiteer who could not bargain. It was the kind of profiteer who could not wait to knock him to the ground and step on him a few times. The problem was that the profiteer had what everyone needed, and the price offered by the profiteer at the beginning was not high. It was the Blue Cloud sect that wanted to bargain, which forced people to offer a high price. Since Yang Chen was kept, it meant that Yang Chen's conditions had to be accepted. For the Blue Cloud sect, a master of the peak Yuanying stage who was about to break through to the Deshang stage was far more important than 20,000 volumes of miscellaneous books. This was one of the reasons why Yang Chen dared to double the price. Even if Hua Wanting was tortured by the blood demon vine for hundreds of years, would it cause great damage to her cultivation base? Hua Wanting's cultivation experience alone was enough to be worth 10 times the miscellaneous books that Yang Chen asked for. If this kind of thing was let go by the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect, not to mention what people outside would think of her, the voice of blame within the Blue Cloud sect was enough to make her unable to bear it. 20,000 volumes of books. I will let people sort them out right now. The sect master was also a person who could take it up and put it down. He knew that what he had done before was a bit not in line with the style of a famous sect. In order to prevent Yang Chen from having any other twists and turns, he directly agreed to Yang Chen's request. When can we see the results of the experiment, you said? I can do it at any time. Yang Chen replied casually, but in his heart he was amazed by the performance of Sun Qingxue just now. With just a few words, he not only saved everyone's face, but also gave the elder a way out. Furthermore, he showed that he was very concerned about Elder Hua. These were all favors, and there would definitely be people who would return them in the future. What if you can't solve the blood demon vine? The elder, who had just spoken, suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Chen, and the pressure of a Yuanying stage master went straight to Yang Chen. She wanted to see Yang Chen lose his composure and panic. Otherwise, she would not be able to get back at him. The sect master could not stop it, and the elder's pressure had already been released. He had no choice but to release his own momentum, and wanted to intercept the elder's pressure halfway. Unfortunately, it was a little late, and the elder's pressure had already fallen on Yang Chen. Just as the sect master got up, he said with a smile on his face, "If this junior can't solve the blood demon vine, he will definitely be directly sucked by the blood demon vine and die. What else can be said?" Of this, he stood up with the Lord lightly and said with a smile on his face, "If I can't solve the blood demon vine, I will definitely be directly sucked up by the blood demon vine and die. What else can I say? Seniors, are you going to get up?" The elder behind the sect master was like being slapped in the face by Yang Chen, and his face was red. If it weren't for the sect master and several other elders, he might have been angry and rushed up directly. Being slapped in the face by a junior in the foundation stage, the Blue Cloud sect seemed to be a little embarrassed. This junior is an executioner, and he is not afraid of murderous aura or anything. Yang Chen explained with a smile as he walked. Later, I walked on the ladder twice, and I was even more afraid of any momentum and pressure. The elders still don't joke with this junior. As soon as Yang Chen's words came out, the elder who made the move was even more embarrassed. But she couldn't say a word, her face was red, and she didn't even intend to see the result. She directly flashed out of the room and disappeared without a trace. As soon as she left, it seemed that the atmosphere of everyone was much more relaxed. Yang Chen's words just now have been very clear. If the blood demon vine can't be solved, it means that the blood demon vine will kill Yang Chen. Everyone knows this. Everyone understands the power of the blood demon vine. Even the ancestor of the peak Yuanying stage has been tortured, let alone Yang Chen, a little foundation stage junior. Sun Qingxue knew for the first time that the blood demon vine was so terrifying. If Yang Chen can't solve it, he will have to pay with his life. She wanted to stop Yang Chen, don't take risks, but in front of the sect master, several elders, and master, where was she able to speak? Sun Qingxue could only be secretly anxious, but at the same time, her heart was suddenly warm. There was a person who was willing to risk his life to help her change her position in the sect. This feeling was something she had never experienced in all these years she had been in the sect. Even though her master loved her so much, It was not to the point where he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. Sun Qingxue can't help but be tempted. Regarding Elder Hua wanting, the sect master and several elders did not dare to be careless. They carefully brought Yang Qin to the door of the courtyard where Elder Hua wanting was, and everyone stopped tacitly. After Hua wanting was entangled by the blood demon vine, she tried her best to rush back to the Blue Cloud sect. Because the blood demon vine was too dangerous, the Blue Cloud sect could only seal the blood demon vine with Elder Hua wanting in the courtyard with a formation, and no one dared to approach. Even if these elders and the sect master came to visit, at least they had to be separated by a formation restriction, and no one dared to go in and touch. Entering the innermost restriction, everyone could already see the situation in the courtyard. The entire courtyard was a sea of blood, and the red vines covered all the positions in everyone's field of vision. In the middle of the courtyard, there was an outline of a human figure sitting, but it had been completely covered by the blood demon vine, and the situation inside could not be seen. Only one thing was certain, that is, Elder Hua was still alive. In addition to the specific environment, the blood demon vine relied on huge spiritual power and blood to survive. Now the blood demon vine was so prosperous that it could only mean that Elder Hua was still suffering. The sect master and several elders looked at the scene, and their hearts were not very good. Sun Qingxue and Zhou Sulan were the first to see such a horrible situation. Zhou Sulan was okay, after all, she had more experience. But Sun Qingxue couldn't help but close her eyes. Elder Hua is inside. The sect master looked at the motionless human figure outline, and his tone was very low. But she still gave Yang Chen a chance. Yang Chen, if you are not sure, don't take risks. I cannot pursue your previous words. After all, Yang Chen was a person favored by Elder Wu Xiong. Before Elder Wu Xiong ascended, no one needed to kill Yang Chen. Senior, this junior has never said that I want to quit. Yang Chen smiled, and then, according to the method given by the patriarch, pinched the formula. That was the method to enter the last restriction. Yang Chen's footsteps did not stop at all, and directly strode into the courtyard. As soon as Yang Chen's figure appeared, the blood demon vines in the courtyard, like a hungry beast, suddenly saw fresh meat in the general. Overwhelming Yang Chen was covered. Chapter 261. People outside the restriction can't hear the sound inside, but they can see the situation inside. Yang Chen only took a step forward and turned into a big cocoon wrapped tightly by the blood-colored vines, and there was no sign of him. Ah! Sun Qingxue was fortunate to follow because of her relationship with Yang Chen, but she did not expect such a situation and screamed. What are you panicking about? He is fine. An elder had been observing the situation inside. When he heard Sun Qingxue scream, he scolded her in a low voice. Sun Qingxue discovered that Yang Chen's big cocoon was still moving and was slowly approaching Elder Hua. And those blood-color vines, although they seemed to cover Yang Chen tightly, seemed to be in the periphery and did not touch Yang Chen's body. How did he do it? Seeing this scene, no one doubted that Yang Chen could deal with the blood phantom vine. Although the vines tried to attack Yang Chen, they did not seem to dare to get close to Yang Chen's body. Everyone was just wondering. The blood phantom vine, even Elder Hua Wanning was at a loss, and the tens of thousands of people in Blue Cloud sect were helpless. How could it be solved by a little foundation stage junior? Of course, Yang Chen would not say the mystery. The blood phantom vine was a famous evil in the immortal world. Except for some powerful people, even the great principal golden immortal could not restrain the blood phantom vine in the face of a mature state. The only possible opportunity to restrain the blood phantom vine was in the infancy of the blood phantom vine. This infancy referred not to the infancy of the years, but to the blood phantom vine before it could absorb the blood of the human immortal after ascension. In the previous life, Hua Wanning was able to break free from the blood phantom vine after 100 years of torture, and it also benefited from this. However, she relied on her strong cultivation base, while Yangqin now relied on restraining drugs and pure eighth metal spirit power. The blood demon vine belongs to the second wood, and the vines of the herbaceous plants basically belong to the second wood. This was also the reason why Yangqin said to Sun Qingxue before, to improve his second with spirit power. To be able to subdue this blood phantom vine that has eaten the flesh and blood of a master of the Deshang stage was enough to make him a tiger with wings in his future cultivation. Xian Jin's spiritual power covered his entire body. It was the natural counter to Yi Wood. Coupled with powerful drugs, the blood phantom vine did not dare to touch Yang Chen's body at all. Even if the blood phantom vine has no consciousness at all, but the instinct of this plant will keep its vines away from danger. However, although there was no contact, the vines of the blood demon vine still covered Yang Chen tightly. It was just that wherever Yang Chen went, the vines would make way for him. Soon, the big, wriggling cocoon wrapped around Yang Chen moved to the center of the courtyard, close to where Elder Hua Wanning was sitting. The sect master and several elders of the Blue Cloud sect who were watching outside had their hearts in their throats. This was a critical step. Although Yang Chen proved that the blood phantom vine would not hurt him for the time being, it was not a simple matter to get the blood phantom vine off of Elder Hua. In the darkness formed by the vines, Yang Chen approached Hua, Wanting step by step, and then stopped. His spiritual awareness began to explore the situation here. The vines of the blood phantom vine could effectively isolate the exploration of spiritual awareness. Yang Chen could only feel the situation of Hua Wanting through the movements on the ground. Hua Wanting was still tenaciously alive, but the signs of life had been reduced to the extreme, and even Yang Chen could not feel her heartbeat and breathing. But Yang Chen knew that Hua Wanting had only maximized the control of these life activities, because the faster the blood flow, the faster the blood phantom vine sucked blood, and now a balance had been formed between Hua Wanting's body and the blood phantom vine. If it wasn't for little Shui, I wouldn't have come in to save you. Yang Chen was not afraid of the people outside hearing. He knew that the restriction could effectively isolate the sound. These words he simply said to Hua Wanting and Elder Hua, a genius disciple with a wood's spiritual root close to the full value. Someone, for his own selfishness, did something to her cultivation method so that she spent more than 10 years of hard work to cultivate a mixed and impure spiritual power. Yang Chen, as if talking to himself, clearly said these words to vent his anger. Blue Cloud sect is still a famous sect. What the hell? If there was a senior member of the Blue Cloud sect who heard Yang Chen's words at the moment, no one would think that he was deliberately designing Hua Wanting. They would only think that Yang Chen's realm was low, and his mood was poor, and he could not control his venting. But Yang Chen himself knew that everything he said, Hua Wanting could hear it. In the past 100 years of being entangled by the blood phantom vine, Hua Wanting has always been awake and has never relaxed to compete with the blood phantom vine for control of the body. These words that Yang Chen said, every word and every sentence, Hua Wanting heard clearly. As he spoke, Yang Chen's hand had begun to reach Hua Wanting's body. Elder Hua, who was sitting, of course, could perceive the movement of Yang Chen, but Yang Chen's casual hand almost made Hua Wanting lose her mind. It was not easy to struggle with the blood phantom vine to a stage of balance. She believed that in a few years she could gain the upper hand and then slowly solve the blood phantom vine. But if Yang Chen moved her a little, her efforts over the past 100 years would be in vain. However, anxious as anxious, her body can't move, even a warning movement and sound can't be issued. Even the spiritual awareness can't be sent out because of the whole body's spiritual power control. Yang Chen's hand stopped less than half an inch away from Elder Hua Wanting's body. The strong medicinal qi and eighth metal spiritual power in his hand made the vines that had been wrapped around Hua Wanting's body move a little, but there was no big movement, so as not to cause the spiritual power in Elder Hua's body. Elder Hua's body was wrapped tightly. Yang Qin only knew that he was here, but he did not know what the situation was under the blood phantom vine. As soon as the vine shifted, it immediately revealed a gap, and Yang Chen's spiritual awareness immediately explored it. Just for a moment, Yang Chen was aware of the situation of Elder Hua. As he expected, the root of the blood phantom vine had already penetrated into the heart of Elder Hua, and the taproot had even penetrated into the heart of Elder Hua, swallowing the blood produced by Elder Hua's body at any time. No wonder he couldn't feel any heartbeat. There was no heartbeat at all. Hua Wanning was still alive in such a situation, which indirectly showed the strength of Hua Wanting. No wonder Hua Wanting would be able to shake the world in the future. With this 100 years of training, her mind was firm. What else could bother her? I'll get the blood phantom vine, you cooperate. Yang Qin said like a doctor telling a patient, and suddenly added another sentence. Why do I tell you this? You can't hear it. Chapter 262. This sentence not only made Hua Wanting ready, but also cleverly covered up the previous words. I thought you couldn't hear it. No one can blame me. The main root of the blood phantom vine is rooted in Hua Wanting's heart, and there are many fibrous roots, almost full of Hua Wanting's blood vessels. It is not easy to get rid of it. Anyway, you can't feel it. A little bit of pain should not mind. Yang Qin said another sentence, but there was a long needle in his hand. This long needle was very ordinary, except that it was hollow, there was nothing special, and even the material was the most common gold. Before Yang Qin did not think about saving Hua Wanting at this time. The preparation was not sufficient, but it was hurriedly refined when waiting for Zhou Sulan. It was very simple. It was simple, but it was enough at this moment. The hollow golden needle was mainly used to send the medicine qi into the body of Elder Hua Wanting, and it was a waste to use two good materials. With a shake of the wrist, the golden needle had pierced the skin of Hua Wanting. This piece happened to be where Elder Hua's arm was. The needle tip pierced, and a strong medicine qi with 8th metal spirit power immediately found the invasion point and began to pour into Elder Hua's body. The roots of the blood phantom vine in the blood vessels under the needle tip began to shrink rapidly. However, for more than 100 years, these roots have long been integrated with the body of Elder Hua. Suddenly they were separated, and the pain was almost like tearing flesh and blood. It was not the little pain in Yang Chen's mouth. The severe pain almost made Hua Wanting lose her mind. Fortunately, Yang Chen had already reminded her, and she was already prepared. Moreover, after more than 100 years of torture, her ability to endure pain had already been tempered. Her nerves were as tough as silk for thousands of years. She endured this kind of pain and did not move at all. The confrontation in other places did not relax at all. Just this point, with the continuous entry of Yang Chen's medicine qi and spiritual power, the roots in Hua Wanting's blood vessels slowly began to contract along the blood vessels, and soon formed an area the size of a finger that the roots of the blood phantom vine could not control. In this area, she immediately regained her senses and control. Elder Hua Wanting's heart also completely relaxed with the appearance of this small area. Yang Chen was indeed able to deal with the blood demon vine, and he was not fooling around. Outside the courtyard, the sect leader and the elders of the Blue Cloud sect were already clenching their fists nervously. So far, everything seemed to be normal, which made them feel more hopeful. The closer they were to success, the more nervous they seemed to be. This was about a master of the Quasi-Deshang stage. With Hua Wanting's words, the Blue Cloud sect could be stronger than it is now. At this moment, Yang Qin has stopped moving. His spiritual power was madly exported to the body of a master of the Quasi-Deshang stage. Just for a while it was almost exhausted. There was no way around it. Although Yang Chen had already reached the foundation stage, it was still a little worse for expelling this kind of blood phantom vine that could make Hua Wanting suffer a lot. Yang Chen stopped moving, but let Hua Wanting's new heart hang in her throat again. Fortunately, after a short rest, Yang Chen continued to output spiritual power and medicinal power, which allowed Hua Wanting to expand the area controlled by a few points. Under the cover of the vines, others could not see what Yang Chen had eaten, but no one would care about what medicinal pill Yang Chen used to restore his spiritual power. Everyone just saw that the blood-colored vines in the courtyard were constantly trembling and were undergoing a change they had never seen before. The process seemed simple, just Yang Chen sending medicinal power and spiritual power. But this simple process took more than 10 days, and Yang Chen completely removed the roots of the blood phantom vine in the blood vessels of Hua Wanting's arm. The golden needle sealed the medicinal power and the 8th metal spirit power in the blood vessels of Hua Wanting, preventing the roots of the blood phantom vine from re-entering. Hua Wanting also understood this. Her own would attribute spirit power did not appear in this area. She was afraid that she would accidentally offset Yang Chen's pitiful metal spirit power, which would lead to the complete waste of this time's hard work. No, I have to go out and recover. After Yang Chen, who was almost exhausted, sealed the golden needles, he exhausted himself and spat out a sentence. Then he slowly walked out of the courtyard and quickly drilled out of the restriction. Then, regardless of his image, he lay on the ground, panting. The master of the Blue Cloud sect appeared almost instantaneously beside Yang Chen, and a Peiyuan pill to restore spiritual power was stuffed into the mouth of Yang Chen, and then, regardless of the separation between men and women, he reached out and explored Yang Chen's body, transferred spiritual power, and helped Yang Chen recover quickly. How is Elder Hua? The elder next to him was worried about Hua Wanting, and the master here was still helping Yang Chen recover, and the other side could not wait to ask. Shut up! The master rarely yelled at the elder. Yang Chen was so tired that he could not hold it anymore. Everyone could see that it was not the right time to ask this. The elder also realized his gaffe, so he obediently shut up and did not speak again. With the help of the master of the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen only took half a day to completely recover to the state of a dragon and a tiger. As soon as he opened his eyes, Yang Chen did not wait for the others to ask, and directly said the situation inside. It will take some time. I have already untied one arm. After that, Yang Chen did not rest, and entered the courtyard again, this time with the other arm, and continued the process. First, it was the limbs, then the abdomen, followed by the head and neck, and finally the chest. By the time all the collateral branches were taken care of and only the main root in the heart was left, more than 3 months had passed. During this time, the master of the Blue Cloud sect and the elders almost never left the courtyard. Even Sun Qingxue was allowed to stay here because of her relationship with Yang Chen. In the process of waiting, Sun Qingxue's troubles were analyzed by the elders. With the reminder of Yang Chen, the master and other elders saw the problem this time. Even the cultivation method of Sun Qingxue was taken out and studied a little bit. What was very embarrassing was that this time they found that it was indeed the problem of the cultivation method, not the previous Sun Qingxue's understanding. The genius disciple in the sect was schemed by the people in the sect, and it was discovered by an outsider. And when the outsider said it, everyone did not believe it. If it weren't for Yang Chen taking too long to solve the blood phantom vine this time, when everyone contacted Sun Qingxue, they found that her understanding was not too poor, and she could not detect the problem. In the Blue Cloud sect, there was a big problem, and the most embarrassing one was the master of the Blue Cloud sect. However, at this time, the matter of Elder Hua Wanting was important, and the troubles of Sun Qingxue could only be solved later. Chapter 263. Only the taproot of the heart was left. Yang Chen stopped. This was the most critical step. As long as it was successful, it meant that Elder Hua Wanting would no longer suffer the torture of the blood phantom vine. But this was also the most difficult step, and it could not be done by relying on medicinal power and spiritual power alone. If he only wanted to relieve the pain of Elder Hua Wanting and solve the blood phantom vine, it was relatively simple. The problem was that Yang Qin also wanted to take this opportunity to collect this blood phantom vine. Although it had eaten the blood of a master of the quasi-Deshang stage, it was still in its infancy, which would be a lot more troublesome. Of course, for Yang Qin, these were not difficult. This opportunity was just a good opportunity to sell favors to the Blue Cloud sect and cover up his own purpose. Otherwise, once others know that he has collected the blood phantom vine, there will be endless troubles to deal with in the future. This younger generation junior wants to dig out a piece of flesh from Elder Hua's chest. Disrespectful. Please forgive me. In addition to medicinal power and spiritual power, Yang Qin could only use the flying sword to dig out the roots and flesh of the blood phantom vine that was concentrated in one place. As long as this blood phantom vine entered the human body, it would never leave. Only this cruel way could be used. Pretending that Elder Hua Wanning was unconscious, Yang Qin certainly had to ask for the forgiveness of the elders of the Blue Cloud sect. Otherwise, it would be unjust to save people and be charged with disrespect. Fortunately, the elders have already seen hope and know some of the characteristics of the blood phantom vine. They did not object to this, and all nodded in approval. I need an empty Qinkuan bag. Yang Chen made a request to the people of the Blue Cloud sect. There is still the poison of the blood phantom vine in the courtyard. You can't go in. Once I throw out the Qinkuan bag containing the body of the blood phantom vine, immediately destroy the Qinkuan bag. Is that okay? Who would say no? Of course, everyone nodded. But Yang Chen was obviously not satisfied with this promise and very seriously reiterated it again. Everyone knows that the blood phantom vine is a good thing, but even Elder Hua Wanting can't resist it, the seniors present. I think it's better not to try it. These words obviously had a bit of a taste of teaching people, and the faces of several elders of the Blue Cloud sect suddenly became a little ugly. Yang Qin did not seem to see it and said, maybe everyone will have a fluke and feel that it will be okay to put it in the Qinkuan bag. Looking around at several seniors of the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Qin laughed. I can responsibly tell you that the Qinkuan bag can't trap the blood phantom vine. In the fastest time, the blood phantom vine can break the Qinkuan bag and come out of it. Only in this short period of 3 breaths, the Qinkuan bag and the blood phantom vine will be completely destroyed. The destruction of the Qinkuan bag space will turn the blood phantom vine inside into powder. There is no better way. There is no better way, Yang Chen said solemnly, but several of the seniors were somewhat disapproving. Everyone is a Yuanying stage ancestor. You are a younger generation of the foundation stage. Do you want to show yourself in front of several ancestors? Don't try to get lucky, seniors. Yang Chen's warning was very powerful, and it was almost a good advice. Elder Hua's Qinkuan bag has been broken. I suspect that Elder Hua was entangled by the blood phantom vine because of a fluke. That's all. The seniors have their own considerations, and this younger generation junior will not say anything more. From the Qinkuan belt, Yang Qin took out 2 porcelain bottles and walked to Sun Qingxue and handed them to Sun Qingxue. Little Xue, these 2 bottles of powder, one can make the blood phantom vine avoid you. The other can alleviate the blood phantom vine's poison. You keep it. Putting the porcelain bottle in the hands of Sun Qingxue, he once again said, once things change, your cultivation base is the lowest. Use it immediately. Don't try to be brave. Such a reminder to Sun Qingxue is a disguised reminder to the elders of the Blue Cloud sect in this way. Once something goes wrong, it is also an insurance for Sun Qingxue. After doing all this, Yang Qin took the Qinkuan bag that the Lord of the Blue Cloud sect handed over to himself and entered the courtyard again. The last step is very critical. If the seniors can hear it, please be prepared. Yang Qin said to Hua, Wanning again. As soon as the main root of the blood phantom vine leaves the body, the seniors will immediately resolve the younger generation junior's 8th metal spirit power and force the medicinal power out of the body. Without the blood phantom vine, the medicinal power will erode the body. Wanning's fingers moved slightly, as if responding to Yang Chen's proposal. This was the first time since Yangchen began to expel the blood phantom vine for Elder Hua Wanting. Of course, it was also thanks to Yangchen that all the roots of the blood phantom vine were driven into the heart, so that she had extra power to control her body. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was wide open, and naturally he was keenly aware of this. He was overjoyed and said, "With the cooperation of the seniors, the younger generation junior is more sure." The tone of surprise, not to mention that Hua Wanting is now almost 99% of her energy to fight with the blood phantom vine. Even if Hua Wanting is face to face, it is estimated that she can't hear the falsehood. To remove the main root of the blood phantom vine, this younger generation junior has to dig out a piece of flesh and blood from the heart of the senior. This time it hurts more. Senior, pay attention. Before Yangchen started, he first reminded Hua Wanting. There was only this last step left. Hua Wanting would never give up. Her fingers moved slightly twice, which was a reply to Yangchen. Yangchen also calmed down and began to prepare. The golden needle was directly inserted into the heart of Elder Hua Wanting and began to inject medicine and eighth metal spirit power. However, this time, the main root of the blood phantom vine did not shrink as quickly as the last time, but slowly shrank into a small ball, but still occupied a corner of the heart. This was the part closest to the chest. Yangchen deliberately did this. The huge medicinal power and spirit power filled it, so that the blood phantom vine opened most of the heart, leaving only a small part. Suddenly, Yangchen's hand moved quickly, and a sharp flying sword directly penetrated the chest of Elder Hua, along the root of the blood phantom vine, and quickly cut a circle. Immediately afterward, the Qinkuan bag in Yangchen's hand flashed, and suddenly, the blood phantom vine in the courtyard seemed to be pulled by something, and the blood phantom vine madly gathered in the hands of Yangchen. No one found that the main root of the blood phantom vine with Elder Hua's flesh and blood entered the merit ring on Yangchen's hand, and most of the blood phantom vines were directly sucked in by the merit ring. Only a small part of the blood phantom vine was deliberately sent to the Qinkuan bag in Yangchen's hand by Yangchen. It was in the same hand of Yangchen, and the distance was so close that no one would think that Yangchen could fake it. The vines in the sky seemed to be stuffed into the Qinkuan bag in an instant, and there was no trace left in the courtyard. Yangchen himself rushed directly to the edge of the restriction, and quickly used the technique to open the restriction and threw the Qinkuan bag out. Chapter 264. As soon as the Qinkuan bag was thrown out, Yangchen no longer cared about anything. He quickly rushed to the front of Elder Hua Wanting, who had already revealed his body. He was still in the air, and a porcelain bottle had appeared in his hand. The figure stopped, the porcelain bottle had been opened, and the powder in it was quickly applied to the wound on Elder Hua Wanting's chest. After being sucked by the blood demon vine for hundreds of years, there was almost no drop of blood in Elder Hua's body. Such a big wound. There was no blood color. His exposed face was deathly pale like a zombie. As soon as Yangchen's powder was sprinkled, the flesh of Elder Hua's wound began to turn over, and a trace of granulation grew faintly. In less than a breath of time, Yangchen has done all this, and under his eyes the wound has begun to ooze a little red. Obviously, Elder Hua's body has begun to restore blood production. To be exact, Elder Hua has always had the function of producing blood, but she has forcibly suppressed it with her strong cultivation base, and it has not been absorbed by the blood demon vine. Now, without the fetters of the blood demon vine, the time immediately began to recover quickly. Elder Hua seems to have no major problems here. The blood demon vine is gone. It is equivalent to removing the big problem of Elder Hua, and the next step is to take care of it with the cultivation base of Elder Hua Wanting. I believe that within a few months, she will be able to restore her cultivation base and may even be more refined. At this time, Yangchen began to pay attention to the Qinkuan bag he threw out. As Yangchen expected, even though Yangchen has solemnly warned several times, there are still people who have a fluke about the blood demon vine. The moment the Qinkuan bag was just thrown out, an elder immediately reached out and caught it. Without thinking about it, his spiritual awareness immediately explored the Qinkuan bag. Don't! The sect master of Blue Cloud sect only had time to shout, "Don't!" but could not stop the elder's action. Boom! Like a blood-colored flower blooming, a dozen or so blood-colored vines stretched out from the cosmos sac along the elder's divine sense and swept toward the elder who had sent out the divine sense. At the same time, the attacks of the 6 elders and the sect leader had already reached the cosmos sac. The joint attack of the 7 Yuaning stage ancestors, the Qinkuan bag, which was not very strong, was directly blown into pieces, together with the vines of the blood phantom vine, turned into powder. Unfortunately, because of the elder's greed, more than a dozen vines of the blood demon vine directly sprang out. These vines were like living creatures. Smelling the scent of humans, they instantly began to pounce on the people around them. The reason why the blood phantom vine was terrifying was that in a short period of time, even if these vines were separated from the main body, they would not die. As long as there was fresh blood, the vines could immediately entangle it, pierce the skin of the blood food, and it could accelerate the growth of roots and grow into a new blood phantom vine. Everyone present had a certain understanding of the harm of the blood phantom vine, except that they did not realize that the blood phantom vine could track the divine awareness and escape from the Qinkuan bag. They were clear about everything else. Therefore, everyone's attacks fell on these small vines. Pung, pung, pung. A series of sounds rang out, and a few of the shocked elders successively smashed a few vines. However, there were still 2 or 3 that slipped through the net, and they each pounced towards a few people around them. Sun Qingxue had the lowest cultivation base, and one of the targets was her. However, she did not panic at all. As early as when Yang Chen handed Sun Qingxue the medicine bottle, Sun Qingxue knew that Yang Chen would not do this in vain, so she was always vigilant. When Yang Chen threw out the cosmos sac, she had already opened the medicine bottle and sprinkled the powder on herself. The rattan that rushed to Sun Qingxue seemed to suddenly feel the medicine, paused in the air, and was suddenly smashed by the sect master. The medicine bottle in the hands of Sun Qingxue also disappeared in an instant and appeared in the hands of the sect master. Then a large amount of powder was wrapped in the other 2 blood phantom vines that were about to entangle the 2 elders. The 2 rattans fell to the ground and began to twist. Several elders did not dare to have the slightest neglect. As soon as the rattan fell to the ground, there were countless palms falling. The last 2 rattans of the blood phantom vines were also turned into powder. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, things were not over. What escaped at the same time as the blood phantom vine was the poison of the blood phantom vine. The blood phantom vine itself was a highly poisonous plant. The restriction firmly shrank the poisonous things in the courtyard. If everyone followed Yang Chen's words and directly damaged the Qinkuan bag, such a thing would not happen. But the elder did not believe in evil. The consequence of not believing in evil was that everyone except Sun Qingxue felt a paralysis in an instant. Even if you don't breathe, the poison of the blood phantom vine will still attack when it touches the body. As soon as the sect master felt that something was wrong, he immediately learned from Sun Qingxue and swallowed a little of the powder in another porcelain bottle and quickly sent the medicine to the whole body. Suddenly, the feeling of paralysis began to disappear quickly. Knowing that the medicine was right, the sect master immediately distributed a little to all the elders present. No one dared to be negligent. They hurriedly swallowed the medicinal powder to relieve the numbness in their bodies. Then, everyone looked at each other and completely relaxed. It was as if everyone had just escaped from death. All the eyes were focused on the rash elder just now. Except for Sun Qingxue, everyone's eyes were full of condemnation, especially the sect master himself, even with a trace of anger. Yang Chen had repeatedly told them not to do anything indiscriminately and not to take chances. But some people were not convinced. If it weren't for Yang Chen to give Sun Qingxue 2 bottles of medicine. They might have lost at least 3 or 4 of them now. They saved an elder Hua, but they had to lose 3 elders. If such a thing really happened, it would be a disaster for the Blue Cloud sect. The elder who made the mistake also knew that he had angered the public. He lowered his head and did not dare to say anything more. At this time, she had to accept whatever punishment the sect master said. If she hadn't made the decision, such a thing would never have happened. After staring at the elder who made the mistake, the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect turned his eyes to the courtyard. Yang Chen was carefully applying medicine to Elder Hua Wanting and did not seem to see what was happening here. In addition to rejoicing, the sect master suddenly had a feeling that she could not face Yang Chen. This was something she had never felt since she reached the Yuanying stage. Even the sect master didn't know what she was glad about. Was she glad that the elder's mistake in the sect was not seen by Yang Chen, or that Yang Chen had just given Sun Qingxue 2 bottles of powder? Anyway, what the sect master wanted to do most now was to wait for Yang Chen to come out and thank Yang Chen. Chapter 265. The outside was a mess. Yang Chen in the courtyard was secretly laughing. A large part of the blood phantom vine, which contains the main root of the blood phantom vine, has fallen into Yang Chen's merit ring, and when it entered the merit ring, it was transplanted by Yang Chen into the medicine garden's purified bottle. The ordinary environment can't make the blood phantom vine survive, but the main root still has a mass of Elder Hua Wanting's flesh and blood. This was the flesh and blood of a master of the Quasi-Desheng stage. The powerful flesh and blood that has not been fully absorbed by the blood phantom vine for hundreds of years was enough to support the survival of the blood phantom vine in a short period of time. Everyone thought that the blood phantom vine had disappeared with the destruction of the Qinkuan bag, but the real good things fell into the hands of Yang Chen. Of course, Yang Chen would not tell anyone, including Sun Qingxue. What he had to do now was to make a full favor. Now that the blood phantom vine has been solved, the rest of the work of eliminating the toxicity in the courtyard and restoring Elder Hua Wanting, Yang Chen did not fall behind. It must be known that in his previous life, Elder Hua Wanting relied on her strong cultivation base to force out the blood phantom vine and then slowly refine the toxicity of the blood phantom vine under her powerful cultivation base. Finally, not only did she recover her cultivation base, but she also directly entered the realm of the Desheng stage. What Yang Chen has done now was just done by Elder Hua Wanting in less than a year. It was a completely free favor. This kind of opportunity was rare, and Yang Chen would never let it go. Since he was doing a favor for a master of the Quasi-Desheng stage, and he also wanted Hua Wanting to accept Sun Qingxue as a disciple, Yang Chen spent enough capital in the recovery of Elder Hua Wanting's injury this time. 1,000-year-old ginseng, full of years, was put into the profound spirit furnace in front of Hua Wanting and quickly refined into ginseng liquid. Without other auxiliary medicines, it was directly poured into the mouth of Elder Hua. Hua Wanting had not had any replenishment for hundreds of years. She relied entirely on the spiritual power of the earth vein here and her own strong cultivation base to survive until now. The vitality in her body was almost exhausted. Although her spiritual power was unbelievably pure, it was also very little. As soon as the ginseng liquid entered her mouth, with Hua Wanting's knowledge, she immediately knew what it was. For her, who was unbelievably weak, it was a timely help. With Elder Hua's cultivation base, there was no problem of not being able to receive the supplement. The remaining spiritual power was raised, and the ginseng liquid was quickly sent to all parts of the body. The flesh, which had almost withered by the blood demon vine, seemed to be alive and directly absorbed the ginseng liquid into the flesh and blood. After a while, the pale and bloodless skin showed a light pink color. His entire person also showed an aura full of vitality. The color of Elder Hua's body changed abnormally fast. Not long after, the pink became a normal, captivating red. It seemed that in that short instant, all the blood in Elder Hua's body had been regenerated. Next, the huge spiritual power contained in the 1,000-year-old ginseng was quickly refined and absorbed. Yang Chen's ginseng liquid has been removed from the impurities, and it was the easiest state to absorb. Soon, the spiritual power of 1,000-year-old ginseng entered the body of Elder Hua Wanting. During the period of time when Elder Hua Wanting recovered her spiritual power, Yang Qin had quickly sprinkled a few bottles of powder, which quickly removed the poison of the blood demon vine that was blocked by the restriction in the courtyard. After doing this, Yang Qin turned around and waved to the Blue Cloud sect lord and several elders outside the restriction, indicating that they could come in. Several elders outside the door had been waiting anxiously. Seeing Yang Chen's gesture, the lord directly removed this layer of restriction, and the elders almost rushed in at the speed of a charge. "Don't move, Elder Hua." The lord saw that everyone seemed to have signs of supporting Hua Wanting, and hurriedly shouted. The elders knew the severity of the situation and stopped what they were doing. They surrounded Elder Hua and observed her. Yang Chen was ignored at this time and was directly squeezed out of the circle. Yang Chen didn't care, smiled and greeted Sun Qingxue, who was also outside the circle, and then motioned for her to lean outside and not block these Yuanying stage ancestors. Just as everyone released their spiritual awareness to explore the situation of Elder Hua at the moment, the body of Elder Hua in the circle suddenly broke out with a huge and extremely pure spiritual power, and with a bang, all the people around him were blown away. More than a dozen elders, including the Lord of Blue Cloud sect. No one could block this spiritual power, and everyone was involuntarily pushed away. Yang Qin and Sun Qingxue were far away, but they were also pushed away by the spiritual power. However, when Yang Qin encountered this spiritual power, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "No way!" In such a situation, it was clear that Hua Wanting was going to cross the tribulation at this time. Although he knew that in his previous life, Hua Wanting immediately entered the realm of the Deshang stage after forcing back the blood phantom vine. But Yang Qin did not expect that in this life. Elder Hua also began to cross the tribulation after just solving the blood phantom vine. Thinking about it, the hundreds of years of tempering have made Elder Hua have enough foundation, and the ginseng liquid of the Millennium Ginseng. Let the weak Elder Hua be supplemented in time if he wanted to enter the realm of the Deshang stage. For Yang Qin, this was a good thing that could not be better. It was a sure thing for Hua Wanting to enter the Deshang stage, but now she began to cross the tribulation under his influence. Regardless of whether Hua Wanting admitted it or not, regardless of whether the Blue Cloud sect admitted it or not, this was a solid favor, and they were bound to owe it. In the stunned eyes of the elders, in the incredible eyes of Sun Qingxue, in the complacency of Yang Chen's treacherous plot, Elder Hua's body, which had been sitting for 100 years, was wrapped in a dark red light and slowly rose into the air. Now everyone understood what had happened, and there was an excited look on everyone's face, especially the sect master and elders of the Blue Cloud sect. They were already Yuanying stage ancestors. To be able to witness a peak Yuanying stage ancestor crossing the Yin fire tribulation at this time. What a great opportunity was that. The Yin fire was silently formed. No one knew what process Elder Hua was experiencing now. But one thing could be seen, that was, Elder Hua's body seemed to be burning under the Yin fire and became more and more plump, not the previous haggard appearance. 1, 2, 3, 9. When the 9 Yin fire were completed, Elder Hua had become a young woman of no more than 25 or 26 years old, and her body had also restored the color of crystal jade. The only thing that was a bit of a hindrance was the erosion of the blood phantom vine for hundreds of years. Elder Hua's clothes had been tattered, leaving only pieces of rags, covering a few key parts. The other parts of her body were all bare and beautiful skin. Chapter 266. The sect master immediately reacted and immediately threw a piece of his own clothes to Hua Wanting's body that was still in the air. Elder Hua's figure flashed in the air, and she had already put on the clothes. The rags were turned into dust by her with a slight shake. Then the figure flashed again, and Elder Hua appeared in front of Yangchen. "Thank you for your help." Hua Wanting, Elder Hua of Blue Cloud Sect, who had just passed the Yin Fire Tribulation and completely entered the Deshang stage, was in front of the sect master and the elders, bowing to Yangchen. "I don't dare to accept the courtesy of the senior." Yangchen hurriedly bowed down to return the salute, bowing more than Hua Wanting. Don't joke, people were now masters of the Deshang stage. He was just a younger generation junior in the foundation stage. He couldn't afford this salute. It was not that Yangchen was pretentious, if it was only him and Hua Wanting. Yangchen would not care about the salute. But now he was in the territory of others. Next to him was the sect master and elders of Blue Cloud Sect. If he did it too casually, wouldn't the good impression and favor that he had built up with great difficulty be ruined? Yangchen would not lose the big picture because of a small gain. "I am indebted to the little friend for saving me. Hua Wanting has no way to repay it. I owe the little friend one thing here." Hua Wanting was very simple, and regardless of whether her sect master agreed or not, she directly promised Yangchen a return. "Little friend, if you have any orders in the future, Hua Wanting will go through water and tread on fire. I will not hesitate." When the sect master heard the first words, he already felt that it was not good. After listening to Hua Wanting, his heart was even more bitter. Elder Hua's promotion to the Deshang stage was a great joy for the Blue Cloud Sect, and Elder Hua, a dignified Deshang stage master, actually made a condition to Yangchen, a younger generation junior in the foundation stage. Wasn't this a big mistake? But Hua Wanting's words had been spoken and could not be taken back. Thinking about it, it was reasonable. If it weren't for Yangchen, who could deal with the blood phantom vine, not to mention the tribulation to enter the Deshang stage, whether he could survive or not was another matter. It was also right to owe others a favor. Thinking about it this way, the sect master didn't feel that it was unfair. The little girl's aptitude is not bad. Before the elders came over to say a few words, Hua Wanting's eyes had stopped on Sun Qingxue, who was next to Yangchen. When entangled by the blood demon vine, Hua Wanting couldn't move, but Yangchen's words were heard. Now that he had seen Sun Qingxue's aptitude with his own eyes, he immediately verified Yangchen's words. Using his divine sense, he immediately understood the chaotic spiritual power in Sun Qingxue's body. "Which idiot taught you this technique? How can there be such a disciple in my Blue Cloud Sect?" Hua Wanting resisted her anger and did not mention the dark dealings that took place inside the Blue Cloud Sect in front of Yangchen, an outsider, but gave a comment of misleading the disciples. This kind of good talent, it is a waste to let a mediocre person teach. Hua Wanting did not care about the meaning of the sect master and the elders, and directly asked Sun Qingxue, "What is your name? Are you willing to worship me as a master?" Sun Qingxue couldn't believe the word she heard, but Hua Wanting was really standing in front of her. At this time, Sun Qingxue's first reaction was not to answer Hua Wanting's question immediately, but to emerge the situation of Yangchen confidently asking her if she would like to change her master. Disciple Sun Qingxue pays respect to master. Just in a trance for a moment, Sun Qingxue reacted. Without saying anything, she directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Hua Wanting. The sect master and the elders knew that there was a problem with Sun Qingxue's cultivation, but because of Elder Wan Qian's face, no one could say anything. But at this moment, Hua Wanting succeeded in crossing the tribulation and directly accepted Sun Qingxue as a disciple, which no one expected. Hua Wanting did it simply, and before anyone could say anything against it, Sun Qingxue had already kowtowed to worship her as a master. "Senior Sister Hua, this." The sect master was on the side, with a face full of embarrassment. What Hua Wanting said just now actually implied that she did not manage the Blue Cloud Sect well. But at this moment, with Yangchen present, it was not good to say anything. She only said this one word, and then could not continue. "Why? Does the sect master think it's inappropriate? Hua Wanting also waited for Sun Qingxue to kowtow before she asked with a smile. After entering the Deshang stage, her status in the sect had been improved a lot. Even the sect master, who was the junior sister, had to be polite to her. It's not inappropriate. Who would become enemies with Elder Hua over a disciple? The sect master shook his head with a wry smile. It's just that I suddenly let Sun Qingxue raise a seniority. I'm afraid that other disciples will not accept it. If anyone is dissatisfied, let them come to me. Hua Wanting smiled very reservedly. I accept my disciple. What does it have to do with them? After saying this very domineering, she bowed slightly to the sect master and other elders. After 100 years, it's been hard for the senior sisters and junior sisters. Congratulations, senior sister, junior sister. All the elders bowed to congratulate her, and all of their faces were full of smiles. Blue Cloud Sect had one more senior sister in the Deshang stage, and their strength had greatly increased. How could it not make everyone happy? After the salute, the elders began to ask Hua Wanting about her experiences over the years, and it was a happy and harmonious scene. Yang Chen gave a hint to Sun Qingxue, and the two obediently retreated to the outside of the circle. They were not qualified to intervene in the front, and it was more appropriate to give up their seats. I didn't lie to you, did I? Looking at the scene not far away, which was like a star surrounding the moon, Yang Chen asked Sun Qingxue softly. This sentence Yang Chen had asked once on the execution field, and this time he asked it again. Sun Qingxue still can't fully believe everything that happened before. It was so unreal, almost like a dream. If it weren't for Yang Chen's question, maybe Sun Qingxue would pinch herself first to confirm that she was not asleep. Everything can happen as long as you want. Yang Chen once again gave Sun Qingxue a sentence. This time, Sun Qingxue no longer doubted it, but bit her lip slightly, nodded heavily, and a resolute look appeared on her face. When turning to look at Yang Chen saw a glimmer of light in Sun Qingxue's eyes that he had never seen before. Compared to Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen now also has a feeling of unreality. The dancing snow fairy of the later generations has now established such a relationship with himself. Even if there are no other entanglements, just these few months of getting along is enough to make Yang Chen earn a lot. Helping people is really the root of happiness. I don't know why Yang Chen suddenly thought of such a sentence and said it directly. Chapter 267. This time, in addition to the normal consumption of medicine, Yang Chen also paid the price of 1,000 years old ginseng. However, what he got was the favor of a master of the Deshang stage and a condition. Of course, what others did not know was the gratitude of the future dancing snow fairy, plus a blood phantom vine that had absorbed the flesh and blood of a master of the Deshang stage. Of course, Hua Wanting's tribulation at this time also benefited the Blue Cloud Sect's high-level members. But Yang Chen also knew that even if he did not pay the price of the ginseng, the people who should cross the tribulation would also cross the tribulation. At that time, it would still benefit these people. It was not as good as paying a little more, but getting more. Hua Wanting immediately made a promise to Yang Chen after the tribulation, because she found that Yang Chen gave her 1,000 years old ginseng. It was the best tonic for her in her weakened state. She couldn't refuse this favor. Soon, the sect master of the Blue Cloud Sect remembered that there was Yang Chen, an outsider, present. He stopped the greeting with Elder Hua and went directly to Yang Chen's side and sincerely thanked Yang Chen. What does it mean to have a master of the Deshang stage in a sect? I am afraid that everyone understands that Yang Chen not only solved the blood phantom vine this time, but also made the Blue Cloud Sect even more powerful. Of course, Yang Chen himself also got another benefit that others envied. That was the gratitude of another master of the Deshang stage. It was estimated that even if Elder Wu Xiong ascended immediately, Yang Chen would still have a master of the Deshang stage to protect him, and others would not dare to touch him easily. In terms of the overall situation, The sect master of the Blue Cloud sect saw more long-term than other elders. Originally, she still had doubts about Yang Qin coming to the Blue Cloud sect at this time to make trouble. When Elder Hua Wanting crossed the tribulation, she understood a lot. At least she thought she understood a lot. In the eyes of the sect master, Yang Chen could have a great reputation now. It was definitely not a fluke. First Wu Xiong, then Elder Hua Wanting. Both of them were masters of the Deshang stage. They all had this kind of care for Yang Chen. If this was a coincidence, she was afraid that the sect master herself would not believe it. In spite of this, the sect master did not care. She would not refuse to become friends with such a lucky person. And Yang Chen was also considered to be from a famous sect and would not bring any trouble to the Blue Cloud sect, especially when she knew that Yang Chen was already a third-grade alchemist at a young age. This is what I promised you. The sect master directly handed over a Qinkuan bag. Inside the Qinkuan bag, there were 20,000 jade slips that the sect master ordered the people in the sect to copy during this time, which were also the 20,000 volumes of books that Yang Qin had promised before. Originally, it was said to be a browse, but now the sect master has directly copied a copy of it. It can be seen that what Yang Chen did this time has made the sect master very satisfied. Sun Qingxue also became a disciple of Hua Wanting. Yang Chen did not have to worry about whether her cultivation base would be damaged when it was abolished, and her future cultivation would be smooth. There was no need to stay, and Yang Chen did not want to take the opportunity to make friends with the master of the Deshang stage, Elder Hua, so he left directly. Yang Chen's departure was in line with everyone's wishes. Except for Sun Qingxue, who was a little reluctant, everyone else was very satisfied with the performance of Yang Chen, who knew when to advance and when to retreat, and no one asked him to stay. Sun Qingxue volunteered to send Yang Chen out of the Blue Cloud sect. "Big brother, will you come back to see me?" Sun Qingxue was now almost a little bit of worship for Yang Chen. Naturally, she had some nostalgia for Yang Chen. Of course. Yang Chen gave Sun Qingxue a smile. "I will come to you when I have time in the future. If you miss me, you can also go to Chunyang Palace to find me." In Sun Qingxue's reluctant eyes, Yang Chen finally left the Blue Cloud sect and set foot on the way back. The purpose of this trip has been exceeded, and Yang Chen even felt a little eager to go back. Leaving the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen immediately found a place where there was no one, summoned the shuttle, and then flew away quickly. He did not carefully distinguish the direction back to Chunyang Palace, but chose a direction at random. After flying out for more than an hour, Yang Chen stopped in a seemingly hidden valley and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he took out the medicine garden's purified bottle from the merit ring and flew into the medicine garden. Although the blood phantom vine had been transplanted into the medicine garden, it was only put in. At that time was tight, and Yang Chen did not have time to plan it perfectly. The reason why he left in a hurry was also for this reason. He must place the blood phantom vine before Elder Hua's flesh and blood was eroded. The growth of the blood phantom vine required a harsh environment. Fortunately, now the purified bottle medicine garden could simulate this environment. This was also due to the cultivation attribute of Yang Chen's 5 elements. At the same time, the powerful spiritual power supply of the purified bottle medicine garden was also an essential condition. Of course, the biggest key was the cultivation method of the blood phantom vine in Yang Chen's memory. Time was tight, and the blood phantom vine had withered a little. Yang Chen hurriedly transplanted the main root of the blood phantom vine into a simulated environment, and then urged the spiritual power of the medicine garden. According to the method in his memory, he began to inject spiritual power to nourish the blood phantom vine. Without blood food, the blood phantom vine needed several times more spiritual power than usual. Fortunately, Yang Chen's trip to the sea had filled up the spiritual power of the purified bottle medicine garden, so it would not fall short of success. It took Yang Chen a few hours before Yang Chen completely planted the dying blood phantom vine. Looking at the blood phantom vine that had recovered its vigor again, Yang Qin finally showed a relaxed smile. The first crucial step had been completed, and the blood phantom vine had survived. As long as it was refined and subdued in the future, Yang Chen would not be inferior to having a helper comparable to the Yuanying stage. The most tempting thing was that after subduing, the blood phantom vine could even attack the enemy according to Yang Chen's will, and there was no need to worry about the trouble after the flood of the blood phantom vine. Not only that, the blood phantom vine was also a divine object of the second wood. Yang Chen's second wood spirit power transformation depended on this fierce blood phantom vine. These were all things in the future. Yang Chen also knew that this kind of good thing could not be achieved overnight. Seeing that the blood phantom vine had recovered, he was relieved and easily withdrew from the medicine garden. As soon as he returned to the original world, Yang Chen suddenly found something wrong. He seemed to be suddenly bound by a powerful force, and he couldn't move in an instant. There was no chance for him to return to the medicine garden. What shocked Yang Chen the most was that his spiritual awareness was also sealed. Originally, Yang Chen planned to use the killing intent of the bloody river to defend himself, but now he was powerless. There had never been a moment when Yang Chen felt so powerless, so helpless. Chapter 268. His spiritual awareness was sealed, his spiritual power was sealed, and his body was sealed, but Yang Chen's senses were still there. He could see and hear everything that was happening around him. It was just that after Yang Chen glanced around, Yang Chen knew that he was trapped in a powerful sealing formation. What surprised Yang Chen was that this kind of sealing formation could only be displayed by a master of the nascent soul stage. Was there a master of the nascent soul stage who wanted to deal with him? However, was there a need for a master of the nascent soul stage to use such a formation to deal with a junior in the foundation establishment stage? This could only mean one thing. The other party did not seem to want him to die, and did not even want him to struggle. Yang Chen had experienced countless battles and escapes, and immediately analyzed such a reason from the current situation. Since he would not die immediately, Yang Chen was also a little relieved. His mind quickly calmed down and began to think about who would deal with him like this. It's really troublesome to find you. A voice that made Yang Chen a little unexpected sounded, and then a person appeared in front of Yang Chen. It was not one person, but 7, and the leader was a woman he had met once. You are the elder of the Blue Cloud sect. Yang Chen recognized the woman in front of him at a glance. It was actually the elder who bargained with Yang Chen in the Blue Cloud sect. Recognize me? Unfortunately, it's useless. The female elder sneered. I know you are Yang Chen of the Chuning Palace, but you probably don't know my name. My name is Wan Qian, an elder of the Blue Cloud sect. The cultivation method of Xiao Shui that you mentioned was done by me. Because she blocked the way of your disciple? Although his whole body could not move, Yang Chen could still make a sound. Hearing Wan Qian's words, Yang Chen immediately asked, Yes, Wan Qian was not afraid to confess all this to Yang Chen. Why? Want to get information from me? You think I'll give you a chance to leave here alive? But before you die, I can let you die knowing. If you have anything you want to ask, feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know. How did you find me? Yang Chen's strong nerves made him not care that his life and death was in the hands of Wan Qian. Since the other party had restrained him like this, there must be a plan. As long as he knew what her plan was, he could save himself. Before that, he had to solve some of his doubts first. Speaking of which, Junior, you ran pretty fast. You ran so far in just 2 hours. You must have some high-speed flying sword, right? That's fine too. After you die, these will all be mine. Wan Qian didn't directly answer Yang Chen's question. Instead, she first said these words. I'll let you die knowing that I tampered with a small half of the jade slips that you obtained from the sovereign. No matter where you go, you won't be able to escape my pursuit. Hearing Wan Qian's explanation, Yang Qin suddenly had the urge to slap himself. This was not the first time that Yang Qin had experienced such a situation. How could he forget such a lesson? Speaking of which, it was indeed Yang Chen's fault for not being cautious enough. When he received the Qiankuan bag full of jade slips from the hands of the Blue Cloud sect sovereign, in order to avoid trouble and be seen by those experts, Yang Qin just easily put them into the Qiankuan bag that Grandmaster Wang Yong refined for himself. After coming out, he also forgot to put them into the merit ring. That was why there was such a flaw that was caught by Wan Qian. Your aura has disappeared here for a long time. Presumably, you have a portable immortal's cave or a medicinal garden or something. It seems that my luck is not bad, Wan Qian said very proudly. The few women behind her didn't seem to have a good expression on their faces towards Yang Qin. They just quietly watched Wan Qian and Yang Qin communicate. Blue Cloud sect's method is good. Yang Qin sneered again, killing the benefactor of the sect without anyone knowing. You will never have to return this favor in the future. I will let you die knowing. Wan Qian listened to Yang Qin's sneer, but she was not annoyed. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with my Blue Cloud sect. I just want you to die. It was not the conspiracy of the Blue Cloud sect, but Wan Qian's personal behavior. Yang Qin's mind turned quickly, and he kept trying to raise his divine sense and spiritual power. But no matter how hard Yang Qin tried, he couldn't get rid of the current situation. You, a junior in the Foundation establishment stage, first refine the heaven-seizing pill for Elder Wu Xiong, then use medicine to solve the blood demon vine that entangled Elder Hua, and can also refine the Third Revolution Foundation establishment pill. Wan Qian slowly walked around Yang Qin twice and said as she walked, Chunying Palace is not a sect that is good at alchemy. You have so many miracles. What does it mean? It means that I must have a good alchemy thing on me. Yang Qin almost blurted out a reply, without the panic and fear of being sealed. But, do you think I will carry such a thing with me? You see, we thought of the same thing. Wan Qian's mouth curled up again. You are not a fool. How can you carry such an important thing with you? Moreover, I also thought that you would not easily tell me where the thing is hidden, would you? Of course, you will not let me go. If I tell you, I will die. If I don't tell you, I will also die. Why should I do what you want? Yang Qin looked at Wan Qian standing in front of him and said calmly, To be honest, you are the first person I have seen who can talk in such a situation. Wan Qian's eyes showed a look of appreciation. It's a pity. Before I get the thing, I am safe for the time being, I understand. Yang Qin did not relax his vigilance because of Wan Qian's appreciation, but just replied with one sentence. He looked coldly at Wan Qian and the people she brought. I think I should introduce them. Wan Qian suddenly moved her body and let the 6 women she brought come out. They are all my apprentices. You must be curious why I brought them here, right? After Wan Qian let Yang Qin see her apprentices, she returned to the state of facing Yang Qin. They are all in the Jiran realm, and the most important thing is that their spiritual awareness is very balanced. With me, we can cooperate to practice a very strange cultivation method. You and I are both cultivators. Of course, we know that it is almost impossible to know what is going on in other people's minds. Wan Qian's face showed a proud smile. But coincidentally, the cooperative cultivation method we practice can directly invade your sea of consciousness and pull out all your memories, little by little. That is to say, whether you say it or not. For us, there is no difference. Wan Qian, like a winner, proudly announced her victory. Even if you say it, we will not believe it. We only believe that we have found it. Chapter 269. Wan Qian's words made Yang Qin stunned for a while. As Wan Qian said, it was simply impossible to know what other people were thinking. In this world, the most unpredictable thing was the human heart. Even the immortals could not pinch their fingers and know 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. But memories were different. If someone released their spiritual awareness to let others explore, and the others happened to master some unique spiritual awareness cultivation methods, it was very likely to explore other people's memories. The trump card in Wan Qian's hand was such a cultivation method, but she needed to cooperate with 6 disciples to be able to do it. Thinking of such a big lineup, at least half of it was used to suppress the spiritual awareness of the person who was cast. What made Yang Chen stunned was that Wan Qian turned out to have an idea for his sea of consciousness, and wanted to invade his sea of consciousness to achieve the purpose of obtaining memories. She could choose anything, but why did she choose his own sea of consciousness? Originally, Yang Chen thought that he would not be able to escape this time. Because of his small negligence, he was tracked by Wan Qian, and when he was busy recuperating the blood phantom vine, she laid a sealing formation and trapped Yang Chen. Unexpectedly, at this moment of certain death, there was such progress. Wan Qian was not a person who could talk much with Yang Chen. After telling Yang Chen the whole story, it was indeed, as she said, it was enough for Yang Chen to understand the situation. The 7 people of the master and apprentices no longer said anything else. Under the command of Wan Qian, they quickly sat in a circle around Yang Chen. Boom! Under the control of Wan Qian's formation, Yang Chen's body shook violently, and his mind seemed to be hit hard. He only felt that his eyes were black, and he suddenly lost consciousness. The old rules, as soon as I remove the restriction, immediately suppress his spiritual awareness, and then immediately invade his sea of consciousness. This kind of thing seems to have been done more than once. Wan Qian and several disciples were very familiar with each other. Under Wan Qian's command, several disciples immediately dispersed and sat in the position that had already been calculated, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. Yang Chen was in the position of the North Star, and Wan Qian was the closest person to Yang Chen. The 6 disciples each stretched out their hands, one on the other shoulder, and the last disciple put his arm on Wan Qian's back. Wan Qian, who was sitting at the forefront, waved her hands and shot out 2 secret arts. Suddenly, the seal on Yang Chen's spirit array was directly eliminated, and Yang Chen's body softly fell to the ground. Wan Qian sneered, stretched out her hand, and pointed at Yang Chen's glabella. The reason why he said so much to Yang Chen instead of directly attacking him was because of the limitation of this cultivation method. It could only be maintained for a few hours. If he were to act directly, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find a suitable part of Yang Chen's memories in just a few hours. If she made it clear in advance, then Yang Chen would focus his attention on this matter, which was equivalent to before she started. Yang Chen had already helped Wan Qian find out the answer, and was only waiting for Wan Qian to come and get it. This kind of thing Wan Qian and her several Jedon Realm disciples did not know how many times they had done it, and their cooperation was seamless. When Wan Qian's finger pointed at Yang Chen's glabella, the last disciple had already attacked, and a powerful spiritual awareness directly rushed into the body of the previous disciple. After the spiritual awareness of the 2 people was united, it rushed into the 3rd person, then the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and finally rushed into the body of Wan Qian. Wan Qian's cultivation was the highest, and she was also the control center of the entire cultivation method. After skillfully combining the spiritual awareness of the 6 disciples behind her, along the finger pointed at Yang Chen's glabella, it rushed straight into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Boom! After a familiar darkness, the spiritual awareness of the 7 people directly broke into a strange place. It was not as white as the sea of consciousness of other people that they had seen before, but a thick, bloody fog and nothing else. Everyone's sea of consciousness was different, and the 7 people had already known about it. Under the leadership of Wan Qian's spiritual awareness, without thinking, the 7 people's spiritual awareness united directly rushed into the bloody fog. Suddenly, the 7 people headed by Wan Qian seemed to have suddenly seen something terrifying. Everyone's face showed an expression of fear, and then, without saying a word, they directly fainted. Including Yang Chen, all 8 people were lying softly on the ground without any feeling. After a long time, Yang Qin was the first to wake up from his coma. He was just attacked by the array and lost consciousness, and did not suffer any substantial damage. Without the control of Wan Qian and the others, he naturally woke up. After waking up, Yang Qin found the several people who had fainted on the ground. He sneered, and regardless of the life and death of Wan Qian and the others, he first began to check his physical condition. The main threat was the sealing array, which was really powerful and even directly sealed his spiritual power and spiritual awareness. Fortunately, before they began to extract Yang Chen's memory, they must release Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. So they removed the array, otherwise, Yang Chen did not know what to do. There is a road to heaven, but you do not take it. There is no door to hell to break in. Looking at Elder Wan Qian and her 6 disciples lying on the ground, Yang Chen stood up and began to subdue them one by one. To Yang Chen's surprise, Wan Qian was unconscious, and the first disciple behind her had been scared to death. The 5 disciples behind her also had different degrees of serious injuries. It was estimated that they did not get too close to Yang Chen. Wan Qian herself estimated that because of her high cultivation base, she did not die directly, but her spiritual awareness was also hit hard. If no one treated her and dragged on for a long time, she would also end up dying. You can attack anything, but you have to enter my sea of consciousness. Yang Chen said to himself. This was the second time in just half a year that someone had rushed into his sea of consciousness with their spiritual awareness. The first time was Guan Yueying of the Green Jade Immortal Island. She was dragged directly into the Blood River by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness mark and fainted directly. The second time was this time, unlike Guan Yueying. This time Wan Qian took the initiative to take the 6 disciples to explore Yang Chen's sea of consciousness and took the initiative to enter the Blood Sea. A spiritual awareness mark could scare Guan Yueying into fainting. What would be the consequences of the whole spiritual awareness exploring the Blood Sea? There was no need to ask more. Just looking at the disciple behind Wan Qian had already explained everything. Still in a coma, the 6 disciples of Wan Qian who were alive were each cast a god-shaking technique by Yang Chen and fell into a deep sleep. Unless Yang Chen took the initiative to wake them up or master of the Deshang stage, like Elder Hua Wanning came to their rescue, they would never wake up by themselves. There was no way around it. The other party was a master of the Yuanying stage, and the worst disciple was also in the Jiedan stage. Yang Chen's cultivation base was not enough, so he could only control it in this way. The god-shaking technique was also added with restrictions, and then it was stuffed into the medicine garden. Chapter 270. The urgent task was to quickly deal with the troublesome jade slips. These jade slips had been tampered with by Wan Qian, and the hidden dangers must be removed immediately. Judging from the previous performance of Wan Qian, as long as they entered the medicine garden, they would not be able to track the location of Yang Chen. Wan Qian knew that Yang Chen had a space in the medicine garden, so they would set up a formation and wait in the same place. Yang Chen would not repeat the same mistake this time. Even if these jade slips were hidden in the merit ring, Yang Chen felt that it was not safe and it was more appropriate to deal with them immediately. Driving the shuttle once again to another place, he set up several early warning formations around, and then released the sword formation of the medicine garden. Yang Chen began to stay in the dome of the medicine garden with peace of mind and began to carefully examine the jade slips. Every piece of jade slips was taken out. Yang Chen carefully explored it with a spiritual awareness, and after finding that there was no problem, he put it into the merit ring. With Yang Chen's spiritual awareness sensitivity of the 3 purities secret art, he soon found the secret marks on some of the jade slips. Fortunately, these secret marks were not too strong, and Yang Chen could erase them with a little effort. But even so, Yang Chen spent a whole day doing this. 20,000 jade slips, one by one, were checked, and then he was completely relieved. This almost had an accident, and it also gave Yang Chen another lesson. In the future, when he gets things from others, as long as there is time, he must erase any secret marks that may be used for tracking in time, Otherwise, he would not know how he died. After doing all this, Yang Chen finally felt relieved. He had the intention to deal with Wan Qian and her apprentice. After thinking about it, he drove the shuttle again to another place, and then he took Wan Qian alone to the dome of the medicine garden. All the restrictions were set by Yang Chen, so Yang Chen quickly unlocked the spirit-shaking technique, but he did not let go of Wan Qian. He also planned to interrogate Wan Qian. Strange. The spirit shaker technique had been eliminated, but Wan Qian was still in a coma. As a last resort, Yang Chen continuously used another method of the spirit shaker technique to shock Wan Qian's spiritual awareness several times, and only then did Wan Qian wake up from her deep coma. As soon as Wan Qian opened her eyes, Yang Chen found something wrong. His empty eyes didn't look like a nascent soul stage expert at all, but more like a soulless idiot. It can't be. Yang Chen knew that the blood river in his sea of consciousness was a disaster for some people, but he didn't expect that a nascent soul stage elder would be scared to the point of becoming an idiot. Who are you? Yang Chen asked Wan Qian, who had a dull look in her eyes. Who am I? In response to Yang Chen, Wan Qian's eyes did not have a trace of intelligence, and her speech became somewhat dull. Waving his hand in front of Wan Qian's eyes were not focused at all, and she turned a blind eye to Yang Chen's outstretched finger. As soon as his spiritual awareness explored, it easily entered Wan Qian's body, as if Wan Qian had no defense against Yang Chen at all. Did she really become an idiot? Yang Chen gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled open a big hole in Wan Qian's clothes, revealing a large piece of crystal like jade skin. But Yang Chen's action did not cause any reaction from Wan Qian, and even the size of her pupils did not change. Under the shock, Yang Chen carefully sealed Wan Qian again, and then pulled out one of her female disciples. The spirit shaker technique was eliminated, and after the spiritual awareness shock rescued her, she saw another idiot. The other 4 unconscious disciples were also awakened one by one, but to Yang Chen's disappointment, none of these female disciples could retain their own consciousness, and all of them turned into idiots without any thinking ability. It seemed that after they took the initiative to enter Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, they lost their souls. This made Yang Chen a little helpless. Originally, Wan Qian brought these people to kill him and seize his treasures. This was an enemy. Even if they killed Yang Chen, he would not feel any psychological burden. But now, one of them was scared to death, and the remaining 6 became idiots. What to do? The first idea that came to Yang Chen's mind was to kill them all directly and then destroy the corpses. This was the most straightforward and efficient way, and there was no future trouble. Presumably, when Wan Qian and the others went out, they would never say that they came out to kill Yang Chen. A disappearance could block any possible censure from Blue Cloud sect in the future. However, as soon as this thought popped up, another thought popped up in his mind. It must be known that Wan Qian was a master in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. Since she had become an idiot, it would be a pity to kill her. Yang Chen knew no less than 3 ways to refine Wan Qian in this state into a puppet that would obey him without harming Wan Qian's cultivation base. If successful, it also meant that Yang Chen could have a master puppet in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage as his own secret weapon. For the current Yang Chen, it was simply a great temptation. In the same way, the 5 living disciples of Wan Qian could also be refined into puppets. At that time, the 6 puppets might be able to form a joint attack formation, with Wan Qian, a Yuanying stage master, as the eye of the formation, and the 5 Jedon stage disciples as the people who set up the formation. It would definitely be able to kill the masters of the same realm as Wan Qian. However, this method of refining living people into puppets was simply a method of the devil path. Once it was known by people, Yang Chen would inevitably be labeled as a person of the devil path. And the biggest hidden danger was the Blue Cloud sect. Once Blue Cloud sect knew that an elder and 6 Jedon stage disciples of their sect had been refined into puppets, the top 5 sects would definitely set off a monstrous anger and bury Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen had saved Hua Wanting, it was estimated that it would not be of any use. Kill and refine into a puppet. These two thoughts flashed in Yang Chen's mind, sometimes leaning towards one side, sometimes leaning toward the other. It was really difficult to decide. In the end, Yang Chen's mind suddenly appeared the scene of himself being trapped by the seal formation set by Wan Qian, and his life and death were controlled by others. The feeling of being at the mercy of others was by no means a pleasant memory. Since Wan Qian liked to control others to read their memories so much, then she had to pay the price for it. Death was too easy for her. The same was true for the 5 disciples. Their techniques were skillful, and it was by no means a tacit understanding that could be cultivated in 1 or 2 times. Thinking of this, Yang Chen no longer had any psychological burden. Since Wan Qian brought her disciples to kill me, then if you can't kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me. Since you want to read my memory, then I will turn you into a puppet that I control. Chapter 271. Wan Qian and her 5 disciples. Yang Chen wanted to refine them into his own puppets, which was not a matter of a day and night, so he simply put it aside. This time, in addition to giving Sun Qingxue a warning, Yang Chen also planned to go home. It has been nearly 15 years since Yang Chen left home, and he has never had a chance to go home. Yang Chen intends to stay at home for half a year, just to take care of the body of his parents, and then rearrange the defense of the villa. Finding the right direction, Yang Chen drove the shuttle and flew quickly to the villa where his parents were settled. It was okay when he was concentrating on cultivation, but when he thought that he was going to be home soon, Yang Chen suddenly couldn't wait. The manor arranged at the time was in a relatively sparsely populated place. Generally speaking, the war would not affect that place. He bought a large number of slaves and left enough talismans for his parents to defend themselves. There should be no big problem. Along the way, it could almost be described as fast as lightning. It only took less than 7 days for Yang Chen to rush to the mountain area where his parents were arranged. Far away, Yang Chen found that there was not much change in the illusory array arranged at the time. He flew all the way in and found no special problems. When he was near the villa, Yang Chen stopped the shuttle and slowly walked in from the road outside the villa. The villa was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the group of slaves that Yang Chen found included all kinds of craftsmen, and there were hundreds of people. The entire villa could achieve self-sufficiency in clothing, food, housing, and transportation, and there was no need to communicate with the outside world. There were only some necessary resources, and there were also specialized people responsible for the transportation and sale, which was very safe. Compared with the time when Yang Chen left, the villa seemed to be more lively, and there were many more small courtyards around. In the past 15 years, a generation of people has begun to grow up and get married, so there are many more houses. Life in the mountains was closed and leisurely, and those people who were found in the past were also very simple. Up to now, when it came to Master Yang and Master Yang's son, they all raised their thumbs. If it weren't for Master Yang, they would have been embroiled in the chaos of war long ago. How could they have had these good days for more than a decade? In the eyes of the people in the villa, Yang Chen was a stranger. Except for some of the elders in the villa who could recognize Yang Chen, the young people seemed to be unfamiliar with Yang Chen. At the same time, they were also very vigilant. After Yang Chen revealed his identity, he was immediately warmly welcomed. When Yang Chen's parents heard the news of Yang Chen's return, they were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Seeing that their son still looked the same after more than 10 years, the two of them surrounded Yang Chen and looked him up and down in surprise. After a long time, they finally remembered to bring him into the room. His parents were very healthy, which made Yang Chen very happy. Not only that, but during the 15 years that Yang Chen was away, his parents had given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, which could be considered to have exceeded the task of carrying on the Yang family line. Because Yang Chen himself was cultivating, He would not leave any descendants for the time being. This had been made clear when Yang Chen left. Now that there were 2 younger brothers and a younger sister, the Yang family would continue in the future. When Yang Chen returned, his younger brother and sister felt that he was a stranger, but they still followed the etiquette and went forward to greet their elder brother. Not only were craftsmen hired in the villa, but there were also a few scholars. All the children in the villa were literate and had received initial education. This was what Master Yang was most satisfied with. Originally, his family was just a bumpkin, but now it was developing in the direction of a scholarly family. He also spared no effort in the education of his children. There were no immortals in the world who were unfilial. Even though Yang Chen was a cultivator, he would not forget this. Unfortunately, his parents did not have the aptitude for cultivation, and after Yang Chen's examination, it seemed that his younger brother and sister's spiritual roots were very ordinary. But this was also good. They could live a peaceful life without illness or disaster. For ordinary people, this was more fortunate than most cultivators. Yang Chen lived in his family's villa. The villa and his parents made Yang Chen feel the long-lost warmth of a home. This feeling was very warm, and his heart was very calm. Even in the sect, there was no such stress-free happiness. When he gave the physique refining pill to his parents and left, Yang Chen was only in the first layer of qi refinement. His cultivation was still shallow, and the level of the illusory formations outside the villa was also limited. They could only play a certain role in protection. Now that Yang Chen had reached the foundation building realm, he naturally had to rearrange everything. Now that he had 2 younger brothers and a younger sister, Yang Chen expanded the scope of the villa again, leaving enough space for development, enough to ensure that the scale of the villa would expand 10 times. On the surrounding hills, Yang Chen had arranged a larger illusory formation, and in the old Yang family villa, he had arranged a spirit gathering array and a protective array. The spirit gathering array would slowly gather the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of miles at any time and anywhere. As long as one lived in the villa, his physique would unconsciously improve, and he would not get sick. As for the protective array, Yang Chen gave his parents 2 jade plates. As long as the Yang family's lineal relatives dripped their blood on it, they would be able to recognize the owner and use it to control the opening of the protective array. In the surrounding fields, Yang Chen had sprinkled enough soil taken from the pure bottle medicine garden. After being nourished by spiritual power for many years, these soil could definitely turn these fields into the best fertile fields in the mortal world. He showed his parents and his younger brother and sister his ability to fly, making them believe that he was no longer an ordinary person and that he was hopeful to become an immortal, which made his parents very surprised. Yang Chen had left a lot of life-saving elixirs refined from 1,000-year-old ginseng and body refining elixirs to improve the physique of the Yang family's descendants. At the same time, he also left the 5-colored spirit stone, which was used to test whether the descendants had spiritual roots for cultivation. Once there was a descendant who could cultivate, he could use a jade plate to inform Yang Chen, and Yang Chen would personally come to bring him into the immortal gate. With this arrangement, at least within 100 years, the Yang family villa would definitely become more and more prosperous. The wind would be smooth, and the 5 grains would be abundant. After doing this, Yang Chen began to integrate himself into this peaceful, ordinary life. While enjoying the rare family affection, he began to read and sort out the 20,000 volumes of jade slips obtained from the Blue Cloud sect. Last time, Yang Chen just eliminated the tracking divine sense, but now he was reading each piece in detail. From the beginning, Yang Chen had a very clear purpose to ask for these miscellaneous books from the Blue Cloud sect, and he publicized this name when he was in the Chunyang Palace, in order to have an excuse to ask for miscellaneous books from the various sections. Many secrets in the memory of his previous life were hidden in these seemingly miscellaneous books.